Mayor and Council, in these quiet moments before our discussions and the decision-making process, let us reflect on a very important factor in service to the community. On August 23, 1966, a NASA lunar orbiter took the first photo of the Earth. That was 55 years ago. It was not a beautiful photo, but a grainy black and white. Earth, in this photograph, did not look like the blue marble that we recognize today. Fires, drought, water restrictions, smoke, and high temperatures have been our experiences of summer 2021. Decisions we make have far-reaching consequences. Billings will only be a vibrant, beautiful, thriving community if we live within our resources provided by our planet Earth. Water, the Yellowstone River, land uses are all a part of the sustainability of our community. Let us choose wisely. Billings' future depends on us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Please be seated. Tony, if you would call the roll, please.
Shaw.
Here.
Yakowicz.
Present.
Neese.
Here.
Ewalt.
Here.
Joy.
Present.
Tariki.
Here.
Purinton.
Present.
Ronning.
Here.
Mike.
Boyette.
Here.
Brown.
Here.
Mayor Cole.
Here. I think I gave you my pen, Councilmember Yakowicz. Oh, that'll do me. Thank you. All right. No, we're good. Well, welcome everyone. Before we jump into our minutes, I'll just ask council to kind of look ahead at our agenda. It's a big one tonight. We've got formally 8 items, but many of those items have subparts. If you count all the subparts, we've got about 20 separate things that are going to require votes this evening. We generally try to get out of here in the neighborhood of 9 o'clock. That's about 3.5 hours, about 210 minutes. You divide that into about 20 items, it's about 10 minutes an item. So just a reminder, if everybody can press as quickly, if we've got questions, keep them short and to the point, and we'll also ask staff to be as concise in their presentations as possible. So with that, first item up is our minutes of July 26, 2021. Those were distributed earlier. Are there any items of discussion or a motion pertaining to the minutes of July 26? I'll entertain a motion. Council Member Shaw.
I move to approve the minutes of July 26, 2021.
Is there a second? Council Member Neese. Any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor of the approval of the July 26 minutes as drafted, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Our next item will normally be council courtesies, but I know we have a courtesy relating to the proclamation that I have to read tonight on National Recovery Month. So with the consent of the council, if nobody objects, I'm going to read the proclamation first before our courtesies. Proclamation reads as follows. Whereas the theme for Recovery Month 2021 is recovery is for everyone, every person, every family, every community. Behavioral health is an essential part of health and one's overall wellness. And whereas recovery-oriented services for mental and or substance abuse disorders works, treatment is effective, and people recover in our area and around the nation. And whereas preventing and overcoming mental and or substance abuse disorders is essential to achieving healthy lifestyles, both physically and emotionally. And whereas we must encourage our community, relatives, and friends of people with mental and or substance use disorders to implement preventative measures, recognize the signs of a problem, and guide those in need to appropriate treatment and recovery support services. Now, therefore, I, William Cole, Mayor of the City of Billings, by virtue of the authority vested in me by the laws of Billings, do hereby proclaim the month of September 2021 as National Recovery Month in Billings and call upon the people of Billings to observe this month with appropriate programs, activities, and ceremonies to support this year's Recovery Month. And I believe, Councilmember Yakowicz, you've invited some representatives to comment on the proclamation. Could you introduce them and anything else you'd like to say?
Thank you, Honored Council, for that great proclamation. And I'd like to introduce Mr. Brett Morris and Terry Todd. They are the leaders of the Yellowstone County Behavioral Health Local Advisory Committee, actively working in recovery in many areas. And we just invited them up to receive the proclamation and as well as say a few words.
really want to thank you, Mayor Cole, and the members of the City Council. Recovery Month has had to have a little bit of a pivot because obviously with COVID, we did not shut it off.
Turn it on. There we go. So obviously, we weren't prepared to have our regular event in South Park. But what we've done is we've connected with all of our community partners, and we kick off Recovery Month on September 1st. We will have a memorial walk with luminaries around Dealer Park, because you can't celebrate what you've won without also recognizing what we've lost. And substance abuse disorder and behavioral health is a family disease, and it affects many in our community. If you look at the numbers, they're saying that we have anywhere between, one group says 4,000, one says 9,500, but I know thousands of people who have never been asked. So we know that it impacts this community in enormous ways. So as we move forward into Recovery Month, we're hoping that everybody will come alongside of us. We're going to have a virtual walk put on by the Phoenix, hopefully some banners out. We've got Recovery Day t-shirts, and really our whole commitment this year is that recovery is responsibility, and that we're going to step forward into helping this community overcome and move forward with the addictions and the recovery from those addictions. Brett? Right, to the right. There you go.
Mayor Cole, City Council, once again, thank you. I've been involved in this group for many years. I'm kind of stepping aside, and we're bringing Terry on board and taking charge. I want to thank Mike Yakowicz. He's been involved in this for many years. And he brought Danny on board, and Danny's going to involve more in supporting us with information and data and that type of thing. So I want to thank both of them and thank Mike for his time served as in City Council.
Thank you guys very much. Much appreciate everything you've done, and thanks to Councilmember Yakowicz.
And thank you, Honor, and Brent, just thank you for LAC, which really brings together a group of people that give advice to the state about mental health and behavioral health issues. So it's a very important group that provides input and data and ideas that is brought up to the state level. And so this is one of the key hubs here in Billings.
Thank you, Mike, and you remind me that one of the great champions of all things public health and mental health in Billings in the Yellowstone County is Dr. Claire Oakley at Riverstone Health, and you advised me, and I had not heard this yet, but Dr. Oakley will be retiring soon. So this is our opportunity just to give a shout out to her and to everybody who works in this field. Thank you very much for the huge difference you make in our community. So thank you again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, other council courtesies. Councilmember Yakowicz.
So Council, I beg your pardon too, as the mayor referred to the mayor's challenge to reduce suicide among service members, the veterans and their families. The mayor's been really spearhead for that, as well as Dr. Claire Oakley, who I have a card, and I'd like to pass around just wishing her a good retirement. But Dee Dee Baker is here, and I mentioned this to the mayor already. I gave you a brochure, but I'd like to just invite her up just briefly. She was doing work. Dee Dee, come up forward, and with your permission, Your Honor.
Please.
Dee Dee is part of the Dog Tag Buddies, an incredible group, and I put this on your desk too, working vibrantly to bring veterans to a dog and a dog to a veteran. And Dee Dee, I'd just like to welcome you here and serving the mayor's committee, and to give you just a few minutes to share a little bit about Dog Tag Buddies.
Yeah, it's a tongue twister.
It is.
And I think she's also the founder, if I'm not incorrect. Go ahead.
Thank you for the invitation. I appreciate it. Dog Tag Buddies is a local organization. We were born and bred here in Billings. We actually have trainers located throughout the state. Our mission and our goal is to help veterans, help reduce the suicide rate among our veterans by pairing them up with rescued shelter dogs and then providing training either to have well-behaved pets or service dogs, depending on the needs of the veteran. It's quite a process if they need a service dog, so we choose our dogs pretty carefully, but we try to work with the local shelters and rescues. So not only are we helping our veterans, but we're also helping dogs, giving them a second chance.
Great program.
Great program.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I brought some extra brochures in case.
Yeah, that'd be
We
great.
would like them.
And just, Dee Dee, how many people you've worked with so far? Just in your
We've
short
worked with
time?
over 70 veterans, and we've rescued over 60 dogs. We've got a few in the hopper, so I don't have the exact number, but And we've been operating since we got our 501c3 in 2015. We've been operating locally since 2016, and we expanded to Helena, Great Falls area in 2018, and then in 2020 we expanded to Kalispell, Polson, and the Bitterroot Valley.
Wow, thank you. Huge success.
So,
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay, other council courtesies. Councilmember Purington.
Just a real quick message to, there's a little bit of tiff going on here in the city between parents and administration, School District 2, and my hope is, regardless of what side you are on that, is that we just treat each other with respect and respect each other's decisions that they're trying to make for their children. It's tough for everyone, and I just want to make sure that we just kind of keep a civility here in Billings, because I think that's what we're about. So thank you.
Amen. Thank you. Other council courtesies this evening? Any other council courtesies? Don't see any, so we will move on. Council reports. Any council reports on behalf of organizations that members of the council serve on? Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. So I serve on the committee that is working on the regulation of marijuana here in Billings, and so just wanted to update the public and the other council members that I'll get a report out to you hopefully tomorrow. Wanted to try to do it over the weekend, but just didn't have time. You know, this is a big undertaking. So this is the ordinance out of Pueblo, Colorado that is it Deputy City Attorney? Is that her title? Deputy? Is Assistant? Is it Assistant City Attorney that Karen Tracy provided for us? It's 114 pages. And this is an ordinance, one ordinance for 114 pages. So this is a big undertaking, but I'll get this information out to the other council members hopefully by tomorrow.
Thank you. Any other council reports? Don't see any. City Administrator reports before public comment on non-public hearing items. Chris Kukulski.
Mayor and Council, I'll be brief. So there is no ex parte communication, and we got kind of a hot mic tonight. Relative to this long agenda, right? Some have asked recently, why such long agendas? Bottom line is tonight you're seeing it. If we don't do this work, property owners and developers wait. And they wait weeks or months. So we're trying as efficiently as we can to both balance how much is on your plate and keep things moving. So in light of just how big this agenda is, I don't have anything critical, no ex parte communication, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Speaking of, so we'll move on to public comment on non-public hearing agenda items. For anybody who's new to the process, there should be a copy of the agenda back on that cart back there. And if you don't already have one, and this is the time that you can comment on things that there will not be a public hearing on later. If there's a public hearing later, wait until that public hearing. Tonight, the only items that there is not a public hearing on involve the development agreement for some of these land use applications. So specifically, and also our consent agenda, item number 1, which has a lot of subparts. If you'd like to comment on item 1, our consent agenda, or item 3B, the Berg development agreement, 4B, the Cherry Island subdivision development agreement, 5B, the Dyke property development agreement, or 6B, the Calhoun Lane property development agreement. Now you can come forward and comment on those things. Realistically, there'll be an opportunity at the public hearing, and I'm not going to be a stickler that, you know, if you say something about the development agreement, you got to sit down because, you know, that was supposed to be made now. But if you would like to comment on the development agreement specifically on those items, now's the time to do it. Otherwise, if you have something else related to those items, wait until the public hearing on those items. Any public comment on non-public hearing agenda items, the consent agenda number 1, or those development agreements? Councilor Pruitt?
The Matsons are here from the Bergs. Should they wait until?
They should wait, yeah. So thank you. We'll, again, you'll have an opportunity to comment on all of the other parts of those development applications. Okay, that then brings us to our consent agenda, or we will officially close the public comment period on non-public hearing agenda items and move on to number 1, our consent agenda. First, separations. Are there any separations from the consent agenda, Council? Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to separate 1C, and that's for a roll call vote.
Consultant agreement on the Suburra Gravel Street improvements. Any other separations? Councilmember Brown?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be abstaining from item 1G1.
1G1.
Yes, sir.
Any other separations? Don't see any, so we will move to the non-separated items. Is there a motion pertaining to those? Councilmember Neese.
I move to approve the items on the consent agenda as submitted with the exceptions of item 1C and 1G1.
Second.
Motion made by Councilmember Neese, second by Councilmember Ewald. Discussion now on the motion or questions for staff pertaining to the non-separated items on the consent agenda. Is there any discussion, questions, anything further before we move to a vote? If not, we will move to a vote on the non-separated items. Again, the motion is for approval. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Our first separated item then is item 1C, consultant agreement, Suburra Gravel Streets. Councilmember Ewald, that was your separation. Would you like to start us off in any way?
I just want to put it out to a roll call vote. I don't agree with the fact that that's all funded 100% by Suburra, and that's the way I voted before, and that's the way I intend to vote now, so I want it on record. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I saw Councilmember Joy's hand, Councilmember Neese.
I move we approve consultant agreement for work order 21-42 Suburra Gravel Streets Improvements, Phase 1 with Sanderson Stewart, $637,000 and 100.
Thank you very much. Is there a second? Councilmember Neese? Motion has been made and seconded. Now discussion on the motion. Councilmember Joy or Neese, your motion or second. Would anybody like to comment before we open it up more generally? No? Any other discussion on the motion itself then? Don't see any, so we'll proceed to a vote, and Councilmember Ewald specifically did ask for a roll call, so that is just fine. Tony, would you call the roll for the vote on item 1C? Motion again is for approval.
Councilmember Shaw,
Yes.
Yakowicz,
Yes.
Neese,
Yes.
Ewald,
No.
Joy,
Yes.
Mayor Cole,
Yes?
Tariki,
Aye.
Purinton,
Yes.
Ronning,
Yes.
Boyette,
Yes.
Brown.
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you very much. That concludes item 1C. Next separated item is item 1G1. Councilmember Neese.
I make a motion that we approve item 1G1 with Councilmember Brown abstaining.
Second, Councilmember Boyette. Discussion now on the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to the vote. All in favor of the motion, which is for approval, item 1G1, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously, except for Councilmember Brown, who was very silent down at that end. Okay, that concludes our consent agenda. We'll move on now to our regular agenda, item 2. Tony, would you read item 2? And since this is a joint hearing on arterial construction assessments and also stormwater assessments, would you read both 2A and 2B? But then we will, when it comes time for a vote, we'll have separate votes on these.
Item 2, public hearing and resolutions, setting FY22 annual assessments on the following. Arterial construction resolution, staff recommends approval. Action, approval or disapproval of staff recommendation. And B, storm sewer resolution, staff recommends approval. Action, approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Thank you very much. I believe our presenter tonight is Public Works Director, Deputy Director Jennifer Dray. Jennifer.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As the Mayor alluded to, this will be one presentation for both storm and arterial. as well as one public hearing, but we will require 2 votes. And as a reminder, arterial does require a supermajority of council to pass. All right. So I'll start with the timeline first, as there's been a couple extra steps in the process this year. So beginning in January, council passed the new zoning code. And then that triggered us to need to change the arterial ordinance because that referred to the old zoning classifications. So we brought that to council on July 26th for the first reading. And then subsequent to that meeting, we sent out letters to about 2,300 property owners. And those letters went to all property owners that were previously zoned in zones that capped at the 9,600 square feet for arterial and were moved to zones that no longer capped. And the intent of the letters was then to let them know about the arterial petition process so that they could apply if they did qualify for those reductions. The second reading of the arterial ordinance passed on August 9th here in council, and tonight's meeting is the public hearing and adoption of the rates, but it does not include those arterial fee petitions. Those are not due to us until August 31st, and then we will bring those back to council for approval at the end of September. And then we have a little less than 2 weeks from that date to get everything in from whatever is approved on the 27th, run the tax calcs, balance review, and send to county by October 8th before they can send it to, or print it on the property tax statements in November. So first, what changed this year? And that's zoning. As you know, you passed the new zoning code. But that is all that changed. We did not change any of our methodologies for either arterial or storm this year. So the rates have always been for both arterial and storm based on zoning and square footage. And for arterial, the idea is then to reflect the average property impact on the arterial roadway system. And for storm, it is to reflect the stormwater runoff on the for the various zoning uses. So the arterial rates do utilize underlying zoning, meaning if a property is zoned planned development and it has underlying zoning, we use that underlying zoning to calculate the arterial rates. We do not use underlying zoning in storm. Arterial also has the zones, well, residential zones that are capped at 9,600 square feet, and the storm rates have never had that. And then, of course, the other difference is the arterial has the petition process so that we can reduce rates for residential properties that are not zoned residential if they are single-family residents and owner-occupied. And then the storm does not have that. So we can change any of these items or methodologies going forward, and in fact, in storm, we are already looking at that through the storm utility, and we'll probably be bringing back a different methodology to you in the future, and we can look at arterial as well if there's any council desire to change from what we do now. So for arterial fees, it is a citywide assessment, and it funds the construction and reconstruction of the arterial roadways. From the letters that we sent out, I got a lot of questions about what's an arterial roadway, so I'll just define that here. An arterial road is that high traffic or high capacity road in Billings that can carry a lot of traffic. They're your main roads, your Shilohs, your Grants, your Broadwaters. So right now, we generate about $4.5 million in revenue, and we're proposing an increase of 3.1%. This would bring in an additional $139,000 right now. So the current average residential fee that we list is $52.42. That means for a property that was zoned R96 and is anywhere in excess of 9,600 square feet, that's what somebody would pay. So the impacts to the rates are varied because of the zone changes, so I'll just go through some of the main ones here. So if a property is R96 and it goes to your neighborhood 1, 2, or 3 zones, and that property is in excess of 9,600 square feet, it is a change of $1.34. That's per year, so it's a 11-cent per month change. Now, if you're in any of the R50, 60, 70, 80 zones, and you are now the N1, 2, or 3s, you will actually see a decrease. And this is because it used to be a different rate for each residential zone, and we've changed that to make it equal rates for all the N1, N2s, and 3s. And the R96 was the lowest of the zones, R60 was the highest. So if you're an R60 and you're now an N1, N2, N3, 7,000 square feet property, you will see a decrease this year of $26.88. Another common situation that we saw were R96 zone properties that are now P1 or P2, Public 1 or Public 2. Primarily, these are the schools and the churches that were changed that used to be in those residential zones. So they used to get quite a deal because they were capped at 9,600 square feet. And they're no longer capped in those public zones. So a very large property, so 210,000 square feet is example here, would see an increase this next year of $621.68. And then another common situation is residential zones moving to mixed residentials. So let's take a small duplex on 7,000 square feet that was previously zoned R60, is now a mixed residential 2. You will see an increase of $11.48. And then take a larger property in the same zoning situation, 60,000 square feet. That would be an increase of $574.18. Of course, that is because it was capped before, but please realize this is a multifamily complex, so it's not just one residence, so it's multiple families contributing to the traffic on the arterial roadway system. And then if properties were in the multifamily, the residential multifamily class before and are moved to mixed residential, it really has very little impact. Here, a 15,000 square feet property is 30 cents. So stormwater is also a citywide assessment. You're not paying for storm on your street. We look at storm as part of your road. So because of this, you're paying for the stormwater system in the entire city of Billings as you benefit from that stormwater system. And our stormwater fees fund the operation and maintenance of the and construction of the stormwater system. Right now, we generate about $4.65 million in revenue, and we are asking for a 3.9% increase to maintain the current service level, and this will bring in an additional $181,000. The impacts to storm are a little bit different than they are to arterial, just because of the different methodologies that we use. So right now, if you have a property that was zoned R96 and it was moved to N1, 2, or 3, it's 9,691 square feet. That's the average lot size in Billings. Currently, you would have paid $46.81. That will increase to $53.20. It's a $6.39 per year change, or about 53 cents per month. If you are in the R50, 60, or 70 zones, you will see a decrease in your stormwater fees if you were then moved to an N1, 2, or 3. So an R60 zone, moved to the 1, 2, or 3, 7,000 square feet, will also receive a decrease of $19.95. And then that same large 210,000 square feet property in the arterial example, in storm, has the opposite effect. Because it's moved from a higher residential rate to a public rate. So it will see a decrease in its stormwater fees by $407.40. And then the other examples of being residential, moving to mixed residential for that 7,000 square feet lot, Going from R60 to mixed residential 2 would be $11.55 increase. And then the larger 60,000 square feet lot would increase by $99. So lesser impact in storm just because these were never capped at the 9,600 square feet. And for residential multifamily that's going to mixed residential, pretty much the same kind of impact here in storm as it was in arterial, where it's very minimal effect for those properties. So this slide just combines the last two. I'm not going to go through them all again. Keep this meeting going, and just wanted to have it here for you to refer back to and have it in your packet that we sent out. We could have really done about 200 different combinations of zone changes and rate changes, but we did try to hit on the most common ones that we were seeing and being called about. So Public Works have been asked why we don't increase more, why we're not asking for more, and why we are increasing at all. So I want to kind of try to address both. So first, I want to point out, though, that a new resolution has to be adopted for both arterial and storm, no matter what, because of the new zoning, or we'll be out about $9.5 million. The overall revenue increase, obviously that's up to you. But why we recommended this is because we typically go by the construction cost index in Public Works. The 20-year CCI is 3.3%. In March, before budgets were due, it was 3.1%. That's the number we used, and that's the number we came to council with in May as what we were proposing. Obviously, it's gone up since then. It hit 5.9% at the end of June, and then it is at 9% for the one that just came out in the beginning of August. So we still are on the same course. We haven't changed that. We're still asking for the same amounts, and we based it off of that 3.1%. And we're just trying to balance right now. We are hoping the experts are right, that this is a bubble, because this can't continue forever like this. Eventually, that bubble will burst and inflation will go down, and we're just trying to hold on right now. So we're balancing our infrastructure needs, which are great, with the needs of our customers and their financial situations, which are also great. So that is why we stuck with the rate that we did. As far as not increasing at all, it does have big impacts. If we did not increase at all this year, and well, we would either need to double up on rates next year and have a very large rate increase, or if we'd never made up for that 1-year rate increase, the 10-year effect on the arterial fee is $1.6 million over the 10 years. And in storm, it is $2.1 million. So that's the amount of purchasing power loss that we would have for not making up for a 1-year no increase. So it actually doesn't take into account the loss of purchasing power from that 9% that we'll most likely experience this year anyways. But just wanted to show you that because it's real dollars to us. Anytime, whether it's Public Works, Parks, General Fund, that we're not increasing revenues along with inflation, it does result into real loss of purchasing power, which then results into a decrease in service levels from the city. And this is just the 5-year CIP for both arterial and storm projects. I am not planning to go through these. Just wanted to have it in here in case you want to refer back to it, and would rather cut projects than to increase rates. So that was short and sweet. Turn it over to you, Mayor and Council, for questions.
Thank you, Jennifer. I'll start with a question on the issue of the amount of the price increase and the 9% increase in the construction cost index. Certainly hope that your, I don't know if it was a prediction, but that your hope of this being a bubble and that they decline is true. But even if they did decline to a historical average of around 3%, that 9%, it would be 3% on the 9%. And so that 9% has already been baked into these costs. And it seems like we're always going to be behind unless there's a true decrease, not just a low increase, but an actual decline in prices, which seems unlikely. So assuming even good case scenario where we come down to to historical averages. What would be the plan for ever recovering this 9% increase that we're seeing this year? Would we just kind of eat it and delay improvements, or, and you don't have to have an answer to that, but I just want to highlight the issue.
Mayor, you're absolutely right. Even if we level out, we will most likely lose purchasing power this year unless we raise rates by 9+%. So our plan would be to see where it lands this year. No one has a crystal ball right now. We're just hoping that it ends in, the next 6 months. And then we can bring to council either a reduced CIP, based on the fact that we lost this money and are not going to make up for it. Most likely what we would do for Public Works is bring that forward in the next budget cycle and show you what we would need to make up for in rates next year for the loss this year. Or we could do that over a 3 or 5 year period as well.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Jennifer? Are there any questions for Jennifer? Councilmember Neese?
Jennifer, is any of these projects on the CIP eligible for any of the government grants that are out there, some of the ARPA funds? And if so, has the city been applying to those to help reduce some of the costs of these future projects?
Councilmember Neese, the transportation projects are not eligible for the ARPA funding.
I'm sorry, I should have narrowed my question down. I'm talking about the storm projects, stormwater.
Some of the storm projects are. We did not submit for any of them in the competitive grant program yet, but there will be a second round for that, so we can look there. We're also looking at other federal funding opportunities for storm as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions for Jennifer? Before we move to public hearing on this item, Council Member Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Jennifer, the understanding is it doesn't make any difference if you have stormwater disposal in your area. You're doing it for the whole city. Is that right?
Councilmember Ewald, that's correct. The theory is that everybody in Billings benefits from the roads not flooding.
So why isn't this based on a per residence fee? So if you got an apartment building with 100 units, you've got 100 people living there that are using the streets. Those people use the street as much as a person in a single family residence. You got one and a half vehicles leave every day from both residences, but yet they get a lower rate in the RMF. So why is that?
Councilmember Ewald, the mixed residential zones that have those multifamily complexes have a much higher rate than the residential rates do. Does it equate out for 100 apartments? Probably not. That is why for storm we are looking at that. Most likely what we're going to come back to you with and the recommendation will be is an each type situation. So each single family residential property pays the exact same amount, $50, or whatever that fee may need to be. And then the rest of the properties would be based off of the impervious area of their property. That's what most people have been doing in storm and will probably be the recommendation. For arterial, we could certainly change that too. I have not been overly impressed that we have been using zoning in this last 6 months. It's been troublesome for sure, and we've been looking at different methodologies for that as well, as zoning does not always equate well.
And one follow-up, please, Mayor. So why didn't we have this during budget talks? That's when we're supposed to do budget, isn't it? Not 3 months later?
Councilmember Ewald, Mayor and Council, so during the budget, we brought what the rates were going to be. We did not receive any kind of list that showed old zoning to new zoning until late April. So as far as effects of anything, we didn't know that at that time. We really didn't get into the effects of what we're starting to see until June and early July as we were calculating it all out.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Purington.
So Jennifer, if you're still not certain that zoning is the methodology that you want to use, but yet we're still being asked to increase these rates or decrease them, whichever it may be, based on zoning. So how would that, then we'd just keep readjusting these as we go along and you find a different methodology?
Mayor, Councilmember Purrington, so for this year, there was really no time to do anything but continue the existing methodology forward. It's been in existence for 15 years. It's actually been litigated. So we know that it's been proven to be somewhat equitable. Doesn't mean that it's the best way, and we may be able to look at it now and find a better way, but there's no method that's going to be perfect. If we do want to change it, we really would need to start tomorrow in order to get something done by next year, because it's a big project to change the methodology for all of these.
Thank you. Any other questions for Jennifer? Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Jennifer, as I look through the different changes on the different zones, I think even your email to me, some of them changed. They decreased between, I think, 3 and 34%, and yet some of these are increasing in the residential side, to almost, I think, 20%, 19 some. So, I mean, there's a 50% swing in these rate changes. Is there not a more equitable way to adjust these by going just, you want 3.9%, but just somehow just increasing it 3.9%, and then when you actually figure out what the actual methodology should be, because I do agree, I think lot coverage, if your lot's fully covered, your chances are you're probably collecting that water and throwing it off somewhere, and it has to be handled by the stormwater system. Or something like that. Same thing, for instance, I think the P1s, if you've got, I don't know what some of the public spaces are, but they're going to be, a lot of them are going to be full of asphalt and all that's going to run off. And so here we're giving them a decrease, and the residents are having to pay for that. And so I'm not so sure that what this is looking like really is equitable for the residents. Is there another way to convert these from last year to this year without having such a huge swing in, a 50% swing between what's going on in the different rates?
Mayor, Councilmember Neese, the biggest swings are actually in those zones that used to be the R zones. So because they looked like they do, where you have a different rate for each type of zone, we can do it one of two ways. We can increase those old rates and try to equate it to the N1, N2, N3. It didn't seem to equate very well. As far as when we started looking at it, we're like, we don't see why an N2 would pay anything different than an N1 would pay. So we are actually moving it to more what we'll see in the future, where a residential is a residential is a residential, no matter what it's zoned.
Mayor, quick follow-up. Okay. I think I could see where an N2 would probably pay a little bit more, because they're going to have more units in a denser area, and you're going to have more coverage, which is going to throw more stormwater in to be, handled by the storm system. So I do see an N2 maybe having to pay a little bit more than an N3 or something like that. So I think when Nicole made the changes, and there were some R9600 that went to N2, but there was a lot of, the R9600 went to N3, the R7000 went to, or 6000, 7000 went to N2 in some of those. So there was a pretty good mapping of some of that stuff. It wasn't, line by line across the board, but I would think if you could have 3 different categories of N1, 2, and 3, it should be able to even out some of the disparity. And as far as whatever is, if you're decreasing P1 and 2, that's going to be made up by residential. And so I don't know what the solution for that. It just seems to be a little bit more equitable and a different formula than what is being presented to us tonight.
Mayor, Councilmember Neese, let me go back to arterial. So when we started looking at it first with arterial, a residential does not necessarily contribute more traffic to the arterial roadway system in an N2 than an N1. So that's why we use that methodology for arterial, was just the same rate. For storm, what we will most likely go to is some type of impervious system, because that is the best equitable way to charge storm. But it would be highly staff intensive if we looked at the impervious area of every residential property. So what most people do is they just do an equal. So every residential is about the same. Is it 100% fair? No. But it's not worth the extra hours and extra personnel you would need on staff to actually track the impervious area of every residential property. So in doing these rates, we just know that we're probably moving towards that in the future, so we went to a more of an equal method now. But we do not have to do that. We could change and make a different rate in storm for the N1, N2, N3s.
Okay, Chris Kukulski, you want to comment?
Mayor and Council, the piece and Jennifer has said it here, but just a reminder. So the stormwater system, we are set up to do, that analysis is taking place, and we will be coming to you with recommendations on the methodology of that system. Arterial is not on that list. And the bottom line is it just comes down to priorities and resources. Ultimately, when we discuss what are the priorities for the upcoming year, these are labor-intensive projects. They're critically important because they get fundamentally down to who's paying and the fairness and equity of them. But I recognize we're trying to just respond to the zone changes to keep it generally as equal as we can. Stormwater is going to see a full set of recommendations to you for the system. That's why we've been talking about the stormwater utility. Street funding is one that I would argue, I think Jennifer, we all would agree on the public works side, it needs serious analysis and review too, and your time. And it's going to be an important future discussion. This council will need to debate where it fits in the priority list. So one of these coming forward, the other one really will depend on time and resources and prioritization by the council. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other questions for Jennifer before we go to a public hearing on both these fee structures? Councilmember Neese, final comments?
Yeah, Jennifer, I think you tried to explain this to me in email, but I didn't quite understand it, so maybe you can. You said that the arterial fees, are zone-based, and I think you said the stormwater fees are also zone-based. But when I look at the Exhibit A for our rates fees, we see the old zoning and the new zoning for arterials, which makes sense to me. But when we look at it for the stormwater, I don't see the old zoning. So are you saying that if I'm in a different zone, that an old zoning classification was carried over into a planned development unit, I won't be assessed anything because now there's no rate for me?
Mayor, Councilmember Neese, it all comes down to the difference between the two methodologies, where in storm, we do not utilize underlying zoning. So there is a planned development rate. There's still a planned development zone. So that is in there for storm, but all of those old zones no longer need to be in the storm resolution, it will not be utilized in storm. It would only be utilized in storm if we ever went to utilize the underlying zoning.
So to clarify, Mayor, if to me.
Go ahead.
So if I have a property that's R9600 in the PMD, or the planned development, then I'm going to be charged a planned development fee, not the R9600, old R9600 fee.
Mayor, Councilmember Neese, that is correct. That is actually my situation on my house.
Okay, and do we know, I didn't see an example of what the planned development fees did between last year and this year. Do we know what the rate increase was?
Councilmember Neese, Mayor, and Council, that rate, because they're same plan development to plan development, it changed by either the 3.1 or the 3.9%.
So that was a straight across to
Yep.
3.9. So they don't have, it's not a variation of the 50% range between some of the residentials.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. We'll move on to public hearing. This is a joint public hearing on both these items, arterial construction fees and the proposed storm sewer fees. So if you'd like to comment, this is your opportunity to do so on either one. Come to the podium. We just ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes or less and tell us your name and address up front. Is there any public comment on item 2A or 2B? Any public comment? Don't see anybody rushing, so we will close the public comment period. Councilmember Yakovich?
Having conducted a public hearing, consider written or spoken public testimony, I move to approve the resolution setting fiscal year 22 arterial fee, construction fee assessment rates as recommended by staff.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Shaw. I would like to second that. So we have a motion on the table. Any discussion on the motion? Discussion on the motion. Before we proceed to a vote, Councilmember Purington.
Well, I just have a problem with increasing the fees above what we had already set at budget hearing. Where'd Jennifer go? But, oh, you're going to say something?
No.
Okay. So I just have a problem with that. I understand your angst, but I'm also wondering about property owners that are also experiencing some of those inflationary hits. Do you have some sort of, I mean, I haven't been convinced, I guess I'll say that.
Mayor, Councilmember Purington, the vast majority of properties in Billings are going from one residential zone to a neighborhood zone. And we'll see very minimal increases or decreases. The properties that possibly were zoned residential before, we're getting a good deal. If they're getting, if they're those larger properties that should not have been zoned residential, they're the schools, they're the churches, they might be an apartment building, they were getting a deal before. And yes, it's a hit now, but the equality or the equity that we're looking for in making, say, a duplex pay similar to what two single residential households, we're getting there more with this new zoning code. Because what they did was they right zoned, right? So it is actually more equitable under this new zoning code than it was under the old zoning code.
So just to follow up, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
And I guess that's who I've been hearing from, are the apartment building owners, those sort of property owners, not residential so much. And if they were getting a deal and they didn't know it. So that, I think that's where I'm kind of having an issue, because they're just going, as I mentioned to you, some of them are still having issues with renters and, the no evictions and, paying their mortgages and whatever. And so I kind of, I feel for that. I really do, because I know that's a big issue. So have you heard from very many of these individuals?
Mayor, Councilmember Purington, I actually haven't heard from a lot of the larger buildings. I've heard from a lot of duplex owners. And then I've heard, from others who, and it depends on the situation. I've heard from some who it's $11 increase and it's horrible. And they need help and they can't pay that. I've heard from others who say, $11, yeah, never mind. I'm good here. I'm not going to worry about this anymore. So it's kind of run the gamut. I really haven't been hearing from the large complexes, though.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Chris, you want to?
Mayor, I'll be brief. I just want to make sure the budget that you adopted, we're not bringing in any additional revenue if you approve this. So there's not a bait and switch on how big the budget is or what projects we're doing. We may not be able to do as many projects if inflation kills us through bidding, but we are not anticipating collecting $1 more than what we've showed and presented throughout the budget process. I do understand it's affecting property owners differently than a flat adjustment, but thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion on the motion. The motion is for approval. Councilmember Bernice.
Thank you, Mayor. On the arterial fees, I'll support this motion. This year, I'm looking forward to a different methodology that's a little more fair. One of the things I hear complaints about is vacant property or paying these assessments, and there's no road there. There's no property there, and I think that also prevents developers to even wanting to annex it in the property into the city, because they know as soon as they annex it, they're going to start being charged these arterial fees, before they even have any chance to develop. So it kind of keeps them out in the county, and then they have options that they can explore. So I think that when we look at the methodology next year and years ahead, we should look at that and consider, really what property is putting traffic onto their arterials. And if it's a vacant lot, they're not adding any property to it or any traffic. So I would hope that methodology in the future takes that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion on the motion? I would just comment on that. I think it's a very important point, although I would say that anything that adds value, even to vacant lots, i.e. good streets, adds value. They derive a benefit, not the same degree of benefit, but it might not be appropriate to simply waive fees for vacant property. But otherwise, point well taken. Any other discussion on the motion? If not, we'll proceed to a vote. We will have two votes. First on the arterial construction fees, item 2A. I apologize. Councilmember Yek, I should have asked you for clarification. I think that was just on 2A.
Yes, Sean.
It was, okay. So that is the motion before us. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Is there a motion relating to item 2B, storm sewer? Councilmember Ewald?
Thank you, Mayor. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and public testimony, I move to keep the increase at 3.9% for 2022, straight across the board, all zones.
Second.
Okay, motion is to depart from the staff recommendation to a flat 3.9% across all zones, all payers, presumably the same net increase as the staff recommendation. Seconded by Councilmember Neese. That is the motion before you. Discussion now on the motion, Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. The reason I'm doing that is because City Administrator Kukulski already said that there are studies underway to change the methodology on the stormwater. And so why would we change it now and then change it again next year? Let's just let the methodology take its place, keep it as it is now, and then hopefully we can get something way better to bring to us to budget time next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Councilmember Ewald. And as we saw when we asked for some changes in the water rates, it really caused a lot of inequities. And as we look at this with the recode and the changes in the zoning, there wasn't enough time for the staff to really go through and find a real equitable way to make the changes more even in what's going on. So I think if we just hold off a little bit and we can just do the 3.9, because that's what the staff is asking, I agree with that. We need to do something there. And it'll keep it not so inequitable across the line. So I hope you would support that.
Thank you. I saw Councilmember Joy and Shaw's hands up. Councilmember Joy.
Sorry, I guess I have a question for clarification. So if you made it strictly 3.9%, where would that show a difference? On which properties for the stormwater? So if in FYR N1, N2, N3, where we have a decrease of $19.95, how would this motion impact those increases or decreases that we see for FY22? Thank you.
Mayor, Councilmember Joy, good question. I don't have an exact answer tonight. I'm assuming that the motion was only covering these R zones, or is it all zones? Can I clarify that first?
Clarify that. My understanding was all zones, but if the movement has a different
3.9% over what they paid in 2021.
So across everything in order to keep the same net increase.
Yep. So Mayor and Council, that would mean that we would not do this by zoning, that's per ordinance. Instead, we would take last year's numbers and inflate by 3.9% down the line and use that for a rate that staff would then input for 44,000 tax IDs, correct?
That's my understanding, and they're nodding yes, the movements.
So the impact, Councilmember Joy, for that R60 household that now pays $58.38, I don't know if anybody has a calculator handy, but 3.9% above that amount is what they would pay next year.
So the impact would be on everybody in the same way, 3.9%. Okay? Does something follow up there, Councilmember Joy and Councilmember Shaw?
Thank you. And just a follow-up. So the request increases generates 181,000. So what would this motion actually generate? Would it generate more or less? Have you got an idea? Thank you.
Mayor, Councilmember Joy, it will generate the $181,000. So before it was some people went up, some people went down, some people increased by more. This would generate the exact same amount in the end. It would be a very staff-intensive process to get in all of these numbers in time to get to counting though.
Okay, Councilmember Shaw, Councilor Tricky, and Boyette.
Thank you. I understand the desire behind this. I get it. To me, this is a much more equitable system, and what I heard from staff is it's going to take at least a year to really get these rates in a way that we can actually readopt the methodology. For all of those reasons, I'd like to make a substitute motion. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve the resolution setting storm sewer assessment rates as recommended by staff.
I heard Councilmember Ronning say second. We have a substitute motion in place. If this passes, it replaces the underlying motion. So now discussion on the substitute motion. Councilmember Chiriky and Boyette.
I believe this question is still relevant, but I'm looking at the R96, P1, P2. In the arterial fees changes that we just approved, they went up by $621. And the balancing out effect of this was that the stormwater fees went down by $600. So essentially, if we flatten that out, the R96 P1s, P2s would be facing a significant increase in the arterial fees without a matching decrease in the storm fees. Am I reading that right?
Councilmember Tricky, that's correct. If it was passed as recommended, the net effect on those properties would be, for a large property would be $214. The arterial effect was the $621 increase, so they would not get the benefit of the decrease here.
Okay, so a comment then, Mr. Mayor?
Councilmember Tricky.
So I am going to support the substitute motion. I understand what council members were trying to do with their original motion, but I think that when anything is this complicated and there are so many different numbers flying around, trying to change something like that on the fly has all sorts of consequences that we can't even begin to understand as we sit here tonight. So I am extremely comfortable going with the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a minute ago in your conversation, you said that we were required to use zoning classifications for the charge. Are we required by law to use zoning classifications rather than just raise a fee by a certain percentage, to your knowledge?
Councilmember Boyette, there are different methodologies per state law that you can use. The methodology per your ordinance is for zoning, to do it by zoning for both arterial and storm. Those ordinances can be obviously changed.
Councilmember Boyette.
So maybe for Gina, if we did 3.9 across the board without referring to the zoning classifications, are we in trouble?
I'm going to, Councilmember Boyette, I'm going to pull up the ordinance because I don't have that in front of me, but I'm going to look at it and I'll be right back with you.
Okay, further discussion on the substitute motion. Gina, feel free to wave your hand frantically if you'd like to get comment on that further. Councilmember Purington and then Councilmember Brown.
Well, that was my question, was we just made the new ordinance, 2 weeks ago, to do it by zoning, even with the stormwater, correct?
Councilmember Purington, the only ordinance that we changed was arterial because it references specific zones in arterial.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Brown.
So why would it be so onerous to do the 3.9 on all the properties rather than your complicated, other than these have already been done, right? So is that the difference? I think we're going to run into an issue here with legal, but I'm just curious, why would that be so onerous?
Councilmember Brown, our entire system, our software system is set up to use zoning and square footage. And that is how everything, it downloads everything from the DOR. It has all of our methodologies in there as far as caps, everything else. And so the other thing that would be problematic is what if properties changed during the year? Should they still get the 3.9%? But what it would take is, instead of using our software system, it's easy enough. You have 44,000 lines on a spreadsheet, increased by 3.9%, one column, you got your new number. But then it's getting it back into the software system. In telling that software system, don't use this other methodology anymore, we need to input these 44,000 other numbers instead.
So you're talking possible programming and everything else to go do that, and then we're probably going to go back to that with your recommendation on the next round of this.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Council, I'm going to recommend that we move to a vote real soon. We're now approaching at 1 hour on an item that we want to be done with in 20 minutes. So, Gina, do you want to comment further, or while you're doing that, Councilmember Bernice?
Thank you, Mayor. I won't support the motion. I understand why some of the council members want to move forward on this. I hope we don't support this. I think that, and I don't recall this methodology being discussed, or these changes being discussed with us beforehand. I would like to have seen this in a work session so we had had a chance to actually digest some of this, because we could have brought this up at that time and not at the night that we're going to approve it. So I think that changing it like is being proposed here is, as I stated before, is too much variable in there. I like the idea staff is going to go through the study, and I think we need to make the change as simple and as easy as possible, and least impact to the residents. I understand it takes more staff time, but the residents is who we're here to support, and then the following year, when you come back with a recommendation, we can digest that and see how it works. And if we see variations at that time, and there's a good cause for it, then we can accept them at that time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Well, I'll just comment while we wait for Gina, or maybe she's ready. I will vote in favor of the substitute motion, not because I don't appreciate the underlying motion and that goal. I just know how slowly the wheels of government sometimes turn. I think good case has been made that this is an improvement over what we've got. So in case we end up with it for several years or a number of years, it's better than what we've got. That's my thinking. Gina, did you want to comment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to let you know that I did look at the ordinance. The code section does require that the charge shall be based on the area of the parcel of land and its zone classification. So that methodology is required by your ordinance.
Okay, we'll move ahead to a vote. Councilmember Yakovich.
Well, Your Honor, just to be fair, I heard about this idea maybe an hour ago. And, it's hard for me to change in the middle of the river just an hour ago. A few things I heard was legal. I heard the complication of being able to do this again or to go over it again. So I just have to support the substitute motion. Not that the idea is valid, but to bring it up in an hour before the program, it's just hard for me to try to put my mind around it. So I will support it.
Thank you, Councilmember Nisa will move to a vote.
Yes, thank you. Just a quick question for legal then, because you said that it has to be based upon zoning. Is that the underlying zoning, or is a planned development a zone? Is that considered a zone? Because we're not including all the underlying zonings in planned developments.
If we were on Jeopardy, somebody would be playing the organ.
Sorry. Sorry, Mayor, I'm not
That's okay. Take
that
your time.
familiar with the ordinance, so I want to make sure I'm reviewing it carefully. And what I'm seeing is that the underlying charge, that the charge shall be based on the area of the parcel of land and on zone classification. All charges shall be, let's see, the zone classification shall be that which is on the official map on record at the city county planning board. It doesn't reference the plan development, so it seems to indicate the underlying zoning classification, if I'm reading this correctly.
Mayor, that begs the question then, are we missing some zones classifications in this rate?
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm tracking all this. So Gina, do you want to just answer that and then we'll proceed to a vote? I mean, did you understand Councilmember Neese's?
I'm sorry, what was that last question?
Are we missing in the rate that we're, the rate Exhibit A that we're approving, it doesn't have any of the former underlying zone classifications in the planned developments. And so if planned developments is not a zone, how are those properties going to be assessed a rate if they're not?
And I think usually a plan development agreement always references one of those underlying zones, even though it's a kind of this do-it-yourself version.
But Mayor, we're not adopting those underlying zones.
It's in the resolution.
And Councilmember Tricky is pointing in the exhibit to PD, I think was what you were pointing to.
This is the actual resolution, and it looks to me like all the zones are included.
So it does mention PD.
But is PD a zone or is PD just a development agreement?
Our zoning coordinator is kind of nodding her head. Do you want to comment, Nicole?
It's a zone.
It is a zone.
Thank you. That's
okay,
what
so I think we're good.
Thank
All right,
you.
let's move to a vote. The vote will be on the substitute motion, which is approval of the staff recommendation. The motion is clear, we will proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Motion passes, but to clarify, those voting in opposition were Councilmembers Neese, Ewalt, anybody else, and Councilmember Purington. All other votes were in favor. Thank you very much. That concludes item 2A just item 2B. We've already dealt with item 2A, so that brings us to item 3. Tony, would you read item 3A, little I and little 2, because that will again be a joint public hearing. Tony.
Item 3, John and Patricia Berg property. Joint public hearing for annexation 2106 and zone change 994. Resolution for annexation 2106, a parcel located at 2930 U.S. Highway 3, John and Patricia Berg petitioners. Staff recommends conditional approval. Action, approval, or disapproval of staff recommendation. Also, first reading ordinance for zone change 994, a zone change from residential rural to suburban neighborhood residential located at 2930 U.S. Highway 3. John and Patricia Berg owners. Zoning Commission recommends approval and adoption of the 10 criteria. Action, approval, or disapproval of the Zoning Commission recommendation.
Thank you very much. We'll have, I believe, a joint presentation as well on this. Is that correct?
You just get me for the first one, but it is a joint hearing, yes. I'll go through
Joint
some
public hearing,
process
so in order to have a joint public hearing, we'll really need to have a presentation by Nicole or whomever.
I'm covering the zone change on this
You're
one.
also wearing your
Yep, you just get
zoning
me.
hat. Okay. Okay.
I'll call in Nicole if I need her.
All right, very good. It's all yours, Monica.
All right, thank you, Mayor and Council. just moving right into things, you'll notice tonight that we are trying a little bit different approach in bringing things together a little bit more coordinated, if you will. I've heard some of your feedback, witnessed some of the struggles of trying to look at each item independently. How do you look at an annexation if you're also not allowed to kind of talk about the zoning or the future use? So state law does allow us to combine hearings for zoning and annexation, and so that is the approach that we are taking here tonight. So I just want to acknowledge that we do have connectedness and interrelatedness of items. You've obviously got the annexation, you'll have a zone change, and then as a condition of the annexation, a development agreement, and then of course a ward boundary ordinance. Today, you're going to have the joint presentation on the annexation and zone change. I'll refer to the development agreement, but staff does not have a special presentation on the development agreement. And also, this is the only time I'm going to refer to the ward boundary ordinance. In particular, this property would be in Ward 4, because I think you guys are familiar enough with that, and I don't typically have presentations for that. So any questions regarding the process before I start to move into the project?
Don't see any. Go ahead.
Okay. That's how I like it. All right, so let's take a look at the property first. So this is the annexation exhibit. The two parcels that are part of this annexation are shaded in gray. The black boundary denotes the city limits. So as you can see, the property is surrounded on 3 sides, and it's bordered by Highway 3 to the north. This is an aerial view of the subject property. This is an already developed property. As you can see, there is one vacant lot. There's no plans at this point in time for the property owner to do anything with that. They are simply wishing for annexation so that they can make some yard improvements and have access to city water and other services. This is the limits of annexation map. As you know, our annexation policy requires that any property petitioning annexation must be in the red area. And here is a map of the zoning in the vicinity. So right now, with the property in the county, it's zoned rural residential 1. Parcels can be between 1 and 3 acres in that zone. When it comes into the city, rural residential is not an allowable zone. Therefore, they have asked for N3. As you can see, the property around it is N3, along with parks and open space, or P1. I just want to take a minute to remind you that when we did our Project Recode warranty reporting period, we talked about what are some things that are working and what are some things that are not working. In this case, this is a property that's already built out. There's the potential for one more house on a different lot. There's really only one obvious choice for zoning. This is where we think that there's an issue to monitor. Should this landowner have been required to submit a zone change, or should this been one of those, for lack of a better word, or an old word that we used to use, a default zone? Likely, yes. So I just want to make a quick note of that to show you an illustration of where it might be appropriate to consider, a default zone. I'm sure we wouldn't call it that. There's got to be a better word for it, or an appropriate zone. But I did just want to point that out because we referenced it in the warranty period report. This is a picture of the subject property looking towards the house. So this would be looking south from Highway 3. This is looking west, Highway 3 to your right, and looking further to other residential properties. This is looking east, and this is looking north across Highway 3. And this is looking northwest. So quickly, we'll go through the annexation policy criteria. Is this located in the limits of annexation map? Yes, it is. Is the city able to adequately provide services? That report was provided in your staff report. There were no departments that stated that that it would be challenging for them to serve. As always, our public services like emergency services, fire, and police, as we continue to grow, there are additional needs, but with a one residential home surrounded on 3 sides by city, it's very limited. Any proposed public improvements within the area shall be annexed to meet city standards. There is an accompanying development agreement with this package to help meet that requirement. All property owners must sign a waiver of right to protest. That is part of the development agreement. And finally, any proposed development of the site will be done in compliance with zoning. The N3 zone is a single-family neighborhood, so we don't have any conformance issues here. As far as the zone change is concerned, the Zoning Commission did hold a public hearing. They did consider the 10 criteria. I won't go through these. And they have made a recommendation of approval to change this zone to the N3. So where we are now is staff recommends that you hold a joint public hearing. You can take comment on both the annexation and the zone change. No rules on the topic there. Once you close the public hearing, you'll need to ask or you'll need to do two motions. The recommendation for the annexation is that there's a condition for a development agreement. So staff is recommending conditional approval of the annexation, and then you'll need to act on the zone change. And again, the Zoning Commission recommendation is there for you. And with that, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Monica. Questions for Monica? Well, we have her. Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. This waiver of right to protest the SID, how long is that good for?
The waiver of rights to protests that are associated with development agreements are good in perpetuity. The only time that they're limited to the 20 years is when they're part of subdivisions, because that's stated in the Subdivision and Platting Act state statutes.
Thank you very much. Monica, there's a note number 2 in front of conditions on the annexation petition. That's just a little typo. I assume that can be corrected before it gets signed in the document that's been in front of us. So
Okay.
Just point that out. Anything else for Monica before we go to a public hearing? Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Monica. I was asking about similar question, but as far as the waiver of right to protest, that particular one is actually in the development agreement, so it's in perpetuity, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, don't see anything else, so we'll open up for public hearing. This is, again, a joint public hearing, so this is time you can comment on both the annexation and the zone change on this property. Number 3, if you'd like to, please come to the podium. Is there any, go ahead. Just ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes or less and tell us your name and address, please.
Hi, my name is Angela Matson. I am Pat and John Berg's daughter-in-law. She wrote a letter to address the council. She was not able to be here this evening, so I'll keep it quick. Dear council members, you are hearing the request that we submitted to the City County Planning Department regarding City Zone Change 994, project number PZ2100180. Neither my husband, John Berg, nor I could attend tonight's meeting. My son, Jeffrey Matson, and his wife, Angela, are here representing us. The Zoning Commission has recommended approval and adoption of the annexation and zone change request. This has been a long, expensive, and sometimes frustrating process for us. We began the application process in May, and we are pleased that the Planning Department has recommended all sections of our application. We were disappointed, however, to recently learn that a second reading public hearing will occur on September 13th. We have posted signs in our yard for 6 weeks and invited 169 homeowners to a meeting regarding our application. We have received only affirmation and encouragement. There has been virtually no controversy or dissent. We had hoped that our application was approved at tonight's meeting. We could begin a landscaping project that was planned months ago. We have a contractor, plumber, and landscaper on deck to begin this week. Waiting until after September 13th will put us 3 weeks closer to the frost. I am hoping that it might be possible to forego the second reading. Given the circumstances, beginning work on our project is to everyone's benefit. Thank you for considering our request. Respectfully, Patricia Berg.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. We'll ask council when we're done to comment on the second reading issue. Any other public comment on item number 3? Any other comment? Don't see any public comment, then is closed. Gina, if you can comment on our ability to forego second reading, my recollection is that that is not possible, it's just built into our ordinance, with the exception of a declaration of emergency. I think we can then do that, and I doubt under the circumstances we could justify that. Could you comment on the requirement of having a second reading on this ordinance?
Yes, Mayor, Council, that's correct. A public hearing is required under the recode for a zone change on second reading. It cannot be waived at this point.
Okay. Monica, back to you. Did you want to comment on anything further?
I did. It's very relevant. So even though Project Recode does require the second hearing for the zone change, the annexation is not conditional on the zone change. The annexation is conditional upon a development agreement, which you'll act on tonight, and which the developer will be able to sign tomorrow. So effectively, the annexation happens tomorrow, which then provides their ability to access services. So I apologize that that wasn't clearly communicated, but we are able to keep them moving forward. I would say that, I feel like we're in a pretty good situation as far as it's not a highly contested zone change. Are we likely to enter into a situation of what if you decide to deny it on second reading? I think those are probably very low percentage things, but I did just want to make it clear that the annexation becomes effective, which means their option to access services becomes effective with it.
I appreciate that important clarification. Don't have to have the zone change in order to process the water. Okay, Council, motion. Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to conditionally approve annexation 2106 as recommended by staff.
Second by Councilmember Purington. Discussion on the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, proceed to a vote. Again, the motion is in favor, consistent with the staff recommendation. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Don't go away, though. We still have a little more on item 3. Monica said that she did not have a presentation on the development agreement.
Zone change.
I'm sorry, I appreciate it. Thanks for catching that. That was the annexation, sorry. Item 3A little I, now 3A little 2, the zone change. Is there a motion on that item? Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve zone change 994 and adopt the findings of the 10 criteria as recommended by the Zoning Commission.
Councilmember Purington? Second. Discussion on that motion. This again is the zone change. Any discussion? Don't see any, we'll proceed to a vote. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, nay. That motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Brings us then to 3B, the development agreement. The council has had that in our staff, or in our packet. We've had an opportunity to review it. Are there any questions for Monica? There won't be a presentation before we move on to vote. Or is there a motion pertaining to that item? Councilmember Purington.
I move to approve the development agreement with John Berg as recommended by staff.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Ronning. Discussion on the motion. The motion is for approval of the development agreement consistent with staff recommendation. Any discussion? Don't see any, so we'll move ahead to a vote. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Brings us then to item 3C, the change of the ward boundaries. There will not be a separate presentation. You heard that from Monica. Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve the first reading ordinance expanding the boundaries of Ward 4 as recommended by staff.
You have to hold the public hearing.
Oh, is that one have to have a public hearing on that one?
Oh, yeah, I apologize. So that was not included in our first joint. Good catch. I appreciate it. I apologize. The motion is withdrawn.
Yeah.
So, but there is no presentation. We'll move immediately to a public hearing on item 3C. This is the part where the property that has now been approved for annexation is just added to Ward 4. If you'd like to comment, please come forward to the microphone. Is there any public comment on item 3C? Seeing none, Public hearing is closed on 3C. Now, a motion will be in order. Councilmember Ronning.
Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve the first reading ordinance expanding the boundaries of Ward 4 as recommended by staff.
Councilmember Boyette, who's been lonely down there wanting to chime in, has a second. Any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor of item 3C, consistent with staff recommendation, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. That concludes item 3, all of the subparts, and bring us to item 4. Tony, would you read item 4A, little I, and little 2, which again will be a joint public hearing for annexation and zone change?
Cherry Island LLC property, joint public hearing for annexation 2108 and zone change 995. Resolution for annexation 2108, a parcel located along Cherry Creek Loop, Cherry Island Land LLC petitioner. Staff recommends conditional approval, action approval or disapproval of staff recommendation, and first reading ordinance for zone change 995, a zone change from RR1 and P1 to suburban neighborhood residential, N3, located on the east side of Bitterroot Drive, north of Cherry Creek Loop. Cherry Island LLC owner. Sanderson Stewart, agent. Zoning Commission recommends approval and adoption of the 10 criteria. Action this evening, approval or disapproval of the Zoning Commission recommendation.
Monica, back to you for your joint presentation.
All right, well, now that you guys have been through one joint package, it seems like it went well, so we're just going to keep elevating the level of these. So we're going to move on to annexation 2108 and zone change 995. I will only hit the high parts of the interconnectedness and relation of items. I know there's a lot of words on here. Pretty much you can expect the same exact process. There is a difference. There is not a development agreement associated with this. Instead, there is a subdivision improvement agreement. Typically, subdivisions are on your consent agenda. They have to be where they are on the agenda in this order tonight because you have to act on the annexation first in order to be able to consider it. So that's why it's at a different spot on the agenda. We do, our standard condition of approval for annexation is either a development agreement or an SIA. So I just wanted to point that out. Also, I will not do a presentation on the ward boundary ordinance. This particular development is in Ward 2. So those are the high points of that. I'll assume there's no questions and move on to the next slide. All right, so this is the annexation resolution exhibit. The area that will be coming into the city is what is shaded in gray. One of the just items to note is that this is the lower portion of the project is already in city limits. The upper portion is going to remain, and when I say the lower, let me see if I can point. I mean this area right here is already in city limits. This is what's coming into city limits, and then this is block 1, lot 1, and it's going to remain in the county. So just wanted to...
Councilmember Neese has a question or a comment.
If that's, the lower portion is not in the city, isn't that the city boundary line showing that it's outside the city? The dark line?
Yeah, good point. Why is the line where it is?
Oh, right here?
Yes.
Yeah, the dark line going around.
It's in the city. It's in the city. This right here is an island. This is a county island. So this area is already in city limits.
Oh.
It's shown
So
first.
it's to the right,
Yeah.
not to the left.
Right.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay, we're with you. Go ahead.
I even had to look at it closely, and I've looked at it several times. All right, so this is moving on to an aerial. As you can see, this is the property shown in red, and the yellow boundary denotes the city limit boundary. This is the limits of annexation map, showing that the area is in the red petition area. And now we will move into zoning. This was an exhibit that was submitted by Sanderson Stewart, and Nicole will now take over a portion of the project.
Okay, thanks, Monica. This zoning map as an exhibit presented by the applicant, shows the RMH zoning that's to the east. That's the Cherry Creek and Danube Court manufactured home parks. The existing zoning is the RR1, and the proposed zoning is N3, but not for all of the parcel that's already in the city limits. Let's see if I can get the, yeah, there we go. A portion of that will stay in the public 1 zone district because it truly is being used for public purposes. It's a road, it's a bike trail. So that is not changing on the zone map. Just a portion of that already within the city limits would go to the N3. There's also N4 zoning to the west for those properties that have frontage on Bitterroot Drive. So there's a lot of mixtures of neighborhood zones here as well as residential manufactured home zoning. So here's the staff map of kind of the same area, showing the city limits, showing that zoning, where that actually happens. So we're not rezoning the northern part of this parcel. This parcel actually is one large parcel that is both in the city and in the county and has 2 different zonings right now. This piece of the property will stay outside the city limits and stay in that RR1 zone district. This shows the Cherry Island subdivision. It's 41 lots for single-family homes in conformance with the N3 zoning. This parcel down here will stay public 1, and this parcel up here will stay rural residential 1. Okay, this actually, this is yours. This is your slide.
I'm going to take just a little bit of time. You'll vote on this individually. It's not a part of the hearing to consider testimony on the subdivision. But again, in an effort to try to present the projects holistically, I do have a slide in here. So this is a subdivision that is going to occur both in the city and in the county. So both governing bodies are going to review it and approve it. It'll go to the county commissioners next week. The county commissioners will review just this lot up here, lot 1, block 1. So the other lots will be coming into the city. There is an SIA that is attached to the Cherry Island subdivision item. You have been presented with findings of fact, and the planning board is recommending conditional approval of preliminary plat. And the conditions are included in the staff report. Again, typically this is a consent item, but we can go back and reference this when it's time for you to vote on it. But I mostly wanted to show you the subdivision so that you could see what the future land use is contemplated at. So you could see how the N3 is laid out. And then lastly, and again, we can talk about this again if you need, but we do know that there will be a minor change for the subdivision improvement agreement under Section 3, Transportation B, sidewalks. We'll need to change 3 years to 5 years. This isn't any sort of amended motion that I need from you. One of the conditions of approval of preliminary plat is that minor changes may be made to the subdivision improvement agreement. This is a minor change. Just wanted to bring it to your attention to let you know that we see it and that it will be fixed. So continuing to move on now beyond subdivision and back to the land use conversation, we will now look at the photos. And I'll just roll with this. So this is looking at the subject property, and I'm going to do my best to remember my bearings. I believe this is south. This is what's behind that fence. So it's largely vacant ground with not a whole lot going on. More photos of the subject property. This is looking along, this would be looking west. Cherry Creek Loop, which the photo that you saw in the beginning with the posting, this is taken from the same angle. And then this would be looking east, back towards
Also west, but the south leg of Cherry Creek.
Okay, southwest. Thank you. All right, I always seem to struggle with those. I do know my directions though, I promise. So, covering the annexation policy criteria. Is it in the limits of annexation? Absolutely. Is the city able to provide services? Yes, those have been provided in your staff report. All the same comments apply. Specifics of where services are located are all included in your staff report. If there's something specific, I'm happy to go over it. Any proposed improvements within the area to be annexed will meet city standards? Yes, and that is being taken care of with the subdivision development and the subdivision improvement agreement specifically. And a waiver of right to protest future SIDs. There is a waiver of right to protest associated with the subdivision. That is a 20-year waiver. If council were to want to choose to add a condition of approval with the annexation to require a standalone waiver, you are welcome to do that. And finally is the proposed development in compliance with zoning. You have an accompanying zone change to make sure that it will develop accordingly. Continuing on with the zone change criteria, there are 10 criteria which the Zoning Commission considered. The Zoning Commission did recommend approval of the zone change from rural residential to a portion of the P1 district to N3. They did feel that it met the growth policy as well as the Heights neighborhood plan, and that the adjacent uses were compatible with the proposed N3 uses. You have the same recommendation that you'll see a lot tonight. Please hold a joint public hearing. You will need to act on the items separately. If you fail to act on the annexation, you're not able to act on any other items related to it. And with that, that completes my presentation.
Thank you, Monica. A question on one of the last items you mentioned about the length of the length of the waiver. I don't see why we would commit ourselves to a 20-year term if we didn't have to. It is an annexation, so we're not bound by that statutory requirement. You specifically mentioned we could have a separate waiver, I guess. Is that the mechanics, if that was part of our motion, just to have a completely separate waiver? There would also still be the SIA waiver. We wouldn't want those to be seen as exclusive of each, or what, to cancel one or the other. So the waiver, separate waiver for annexation might say, well, I don't know what I would say, but have you thought any more about that? What would you propose that we do if that was the goal?
Sure, thanks, Mayor. I would propose that you approach it as a standalone waiver of right to protest, separate from any sort of subdivision approval whatsoever. And then there will still be a separate waiver with the SIA. That's typical, it's required, it's necessary as a part of the template for the SIA. So we'll have two on record for them. And we do not see either one of them as being more highly valued than the other. They're both individual agreements.
Okay. And maybe staff would put some sort of a preface at the beginning and consideration for the annexation. They're entering into this waiver, just so it's clear it's connected to the annexation.
Absolutely, and I will just admit that, you know, we're used to our standard conditions of approval. Noted that when it only deals with an SIA, that it does limit the 20 years, so in the future, we'll try to take care of that condition for you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Nish, you had your hand up?
Thank you, Mayor. That was my intent. I was going to amend the recommendation to include that, but I am concerned about having two waivers. One, it's in perpetuity, and one is in 20 years. And some 40 years from now, that can become litigation. And I'd like to hear from our city attorney whether or not, you know, which one would then the courts enforce, the one that gives the benefit, you know, of the lesser term to the landholder or the city. And Gina, if you need some more time on that to research that, but my concern is if we are going to do the condition on the annexation, then we should modify the SIA to only include the land that's in the city already, because we can't require the waiver on the already city land.
If I may, Councilmember Neese, as a part of the Montana Subdivision and Plating Act, that's where the 20-year thing comes in. So in a situation like this, where you do have an accompanying subdivision that is impacting in plating a whole area, it is subject to that subdivision improvement agreement. So just, I know that doesn't directly answer the question that you asked Gina, but I just wanted to clarify that we aren't in a situation where we get to pick and choose what's applied to the Subdivision and Plating Act. We have to apply that to what is a part of a subdivision plat.
Gina, can you comment on the mechanics of a separate waiver without term as a condition of annexation?
Well, what I can comment on is that you can have a separate waiver that is, goes along with the annexation. That would be a valid waiver. The question about what the court would enforce, I can't answer that without some more, I guess, specific factual information. I think that I can certainly look into that, but a waiver that goes along with the annexation would be considered a valid waiver.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Monica before we go to our joint hearing? Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. I sent you an email today, Monica, that block 1, lot 21, private park, open space. Is that means that's not open to the public? They can fence that and keep other people out of it, right?
Correct, if they wanted to. It is currently used to help with stormwater, as I provided that information. Public parkland is the option, of the developer. If they want to set aside private land, they're able to do so. It's not maintained by a public park maintenance district. They have a lot of latitude with how they use private property.
Okay, and another follow-up, please, Mayor.
Right.
So what is the closest public park to this Cherry Creek mobile home park and also this new subdivision coming in? Because I looked the requirements for an N3. They just meet the N3 qualifications by 5 square feet per lot on all but 3 of the lots. So it's a very high density. With the small lots like that, there'll probably be smaller houses, there'll be starter homes, there'll be a lot of young kids, and where are they supposed to go to a park? What's the closest one, do you know?
Councilmember Ewald, I do not know what the closest park is. Okay, yeah, so sorry. I do not know that. I will say that, I hear what the council is saying about areas where, why are they giving cash in lieu of instead of parkland? The subdivision regulations, state statutes do discuss that a preference needs to be given, to the developer and what they want to contribute by way of park, if they want it to be land or if they want it to be cash. Also, just from my experience sitting in subdivision pre-application meetings, when developers are working with the Parks Department, the Parks has ideal size areas for parks. In this case, when the parkland dedication requirement is 0.7 acres, there are size things that they look for, and I don't mean to be speaking for parks, but to make a space programmable and what they want to see. And so oftentimes, just because, they could give land doesn't mean that it's necessarily meeting the goals of parks. And before I overstep and say too much on behalf of parks, I'm going to stop there.
So one more follow-up, please, Mayor. So what do they use for basis for cash in lieu then? Do they use the RR1 zoning, which is county agriculture, which is little or nothing? Or is it a developed lot after the street's in and ready to be built on? Because I'm seeing these cash and lieu deals with the parks equipment they're buying out. They'll probably only buy 3 swings.
Sure. Councilmember Ewald. Sorry. I apologize. Again, the subdivision regulations and state statutes lay out a clear process for that. Depending on the lot size of the lots that are being created, there's a percentage of land of the net area that has to be dedicated or provided via cash in lieu. If you're going to go the cash in lieu route, there are three options or three ways that amount is determined. A comparative market analysis is one. Record of sales within a certain amount of time for that land. And then, excuse me, I'm forgetting the third, but most of the time it is a comparative market analysis. And the regulations are very clear that that information is provided at the final plat application. So, to determine what the monetary value is that'll be coming in right now is not something that is required and is not required by state law at that. So it's very clear they're following the regulations to provide either parkland or cash in lieu. 0.72 or 0.78 is the area, and the cash in lieu will match the value of 0.7 plus of market value for that land area.
But Monica, unless it's been changed, isn't it, and maybe it has been changed in the statute, based on undeveloped value of the property? So pre-development.
Yeah, it may. And then the only other caveat is that because this plat also includes a parcel that is greater than 5 acres, that 8-acre parcel doesn't contribute to that, because anything over 5 acres it doesn't have a percentage required. So just also another caveat or unique thing about the parkland dedication.
Okay, thank you. Other questions for Monica? Councilmember Neese.
Thank you. I had a question about your presentation. You mentioned, because I asked it this earlier in staff, and you said that there was no parks, there's not going to be no parks there that as far as contributing to the parks donation. But you mentioned that some of it was going to still be public park in the very lower section of that. Is that going to be a private, it's still going to be private? It's not city park, correct?
No, it's not city park. In the P1 zone, there's several uses that could be allowed, and also in my conversations with the developer or the developer's agent, rather, there's never been a plan to utilize that area as public park.
I just want to make sure. So that's all there's, the whole amount is calculating what the cash and lieu is. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Did we ever determine what was the closest public park?
Yeah, we can pull the GIS map so you can just see the few parks that are in the region. So the closest there is to the west, just on the edge of the city limits, looks like.
There's Primrose Park, and then I believe this one over here is Walden Grove Park.
Okay.
And then Two Moon Park, the county park, is to the south there.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Boyette.
Mayor, isn't there a park at Cherry Creek Trailer Court? Can they use that one just down this, block, 2 blocks away?
The Cherry Creek Park, to my knowledge, is private.
Okay, Council, we've had our presentation. We'll open it up for our joint public hearing on item 4A little I and little 2, so that's the annexation and the zone change, both. So if you'd like to comment, please come forward. This is your opportunity. I just ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes or less and tell us your name and address up front. Just come to the podium. Is there anybody who would like to comment on the proposed petition for annexation of this property and the zone change to N3?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Gary Owen with Sanderson Stewart, here on behalf of Cherry Island LLC. And I just wanted to just come up here and just open myself up to any questions you may have of me and just answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Owen? It's your lucky day.
Oh.
Thank you. Okay. Any other public comment? Any other public comment in this public hearing on either item? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Back to the council. Council, how would you like to proceed? Councilmember Neese.
Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to conditionally approve the resolution approving annexation 21-04 as recommended staff with the additional waiver of protest standalone document.
Thank you. And this is an item on 4A1, only the annexation, so it's a condition for annexation. Is there a second to the motion? Councilmember, the separate waivers is what I'm referring to. Councilmember Ewald. Councilmember Ewald has a second. Discussion on the motion. The movements have any comments before we go to other council members? Councilmember Neese.
This section of land is long. As you saw through the different requests for over the years of different zoning, it's been long contested, and it's been said many times for the developers to develop this as single-family home. That's what their intent is doing. So I'm glad to see that coming forward this way now, and so I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further comment on the motion? Again, the motion is consistent with the staff recommendation with the addition of the additional waiver without a time limit as a condition of annexation. Any other discussion on the motion? Before we proceed to a vote, any other discussion? Don't see any, so we'll move to a vote on item 4A1, resolution for annexation. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Brings us to item 4A2. Is there a motion pertaining to the zone change item? Councilmember Neese.
Having conducted a public hearing and considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve zone change 995 and adopt the findings of the 10 criteria as recommended by the Zoning Commission.
Is there a second? Councilmember Ewald. Any discussion on the motion, which is in favor, consistent with staff recommendation? We'll proceed to a vote, seeing no discussion on the motion. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Brings us then to the plat on the subdivision. Councilmember Ewald, before we move to that item, do you have something?
No.
Oh, okay. Okay. And clarify or remind me, Monica, did you have any further presentation on the subdivision 4B? There is no further staff recommendation. The materials have been in the council's packet. Councilmember Ewald then.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the preliminary major plat of Cherry Island subdivision as recommended by staff.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Neese. Discussion on the motion. Is there any discussion on item 4B? And on the motion in favor, consistent with staff recommendation? Don't see any. We'll proceed to a vote. If in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. We again brings us then to item 4C. We do have a public hearing on this item. Just to clarify with staff, no presentation. This is correct. This is just the change to Ward 2 boundaries. Okay, so we'll open it up for public hearing. If anybody would like to comment on the change, the addition of this property to Ward 2, this is your opportunity. Please come to the podium. Is there any public comment on item 4C, the zone or the Ward 2 boundary change? Don't see any, so we will close the public hearing on item 4C. Is there a motion? Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve the first reading ordinance expanding the boundaries of Ward 2 as recommended by staff.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Neese. Discussion on the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Neese?
Quick question. Did staff, in my written document shows that says it was located at Highway 3. Was that corrected in the online version? Because that's not where it's located at.
Yeah.
South of Highway 3.
The agenda.
The agenda has been revised.
All right, thank you.
Last week.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you for that correction. Any other discussion on the motion? Motion is again for approval, consistent with staff recommendation, item 3C. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Council, that brings us to item 5. It also, it's 7:27. We traditionally take a break around 7:30. Let's do that, come back to item 5. So we'll come back at 7:35, or as close to that as we can. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you very much. We left off at item number 5. Tony, would you read item number 5, please?
Item number 5, Dyke TKJ Development LLC property. Joint public hearing for annexation 2109 and zone change 997. Resolution for annexation 2109, a parcel located at King Avenue West and 48th Street West. Mary and Joe Dyke petitioners. Staff recommends conditional approval, action, approval or disapproval of staff recommendation. And first reading ordinance for zone change 997, a zone change from agriculture to mixed-use planned neighborhood development located at the intersection of King Avenue West and 48th Street West. Thomas and Mary Dyke Trust owner. Performance engineering agent. Zoning Commission recommends approval and adoption of the 10 criteria. Action, approval or disapproval of the Zoning Commission recommendation.
Thank you very much. We've got our usual tag team wrestlers with us this evening, and Monica and Nicole, so I'll turn it over to them. I also see that Scott Aspenleiter's in the back, so if they need relief, they can tap him, or if he wants to make a presentation before public hearing, we'll give him that opportunity as well. So, Monica.
Yes. And not to steal all of Nicole's thunder, but I totally intend to include her more this time. So moving straight in, you guys have done, it seems like being able to look at things holistically is helpful. So we're just kind of increasing the intensity of each application. This is our first planned neighborhood development, which is really exciting, you know, because it's a new tool that Recode identified. So, you know, we are looking at a joint hearing for this, even though it's a planned neighborhood development. There is a development agreement associated with this, and the ward boundary associated with this is Ward 5. So assuming we're good with process, moving into some introductory slides. So again, this is our first P&D. It's our first chance to see how Recode is working. It's a development that's on the edge. It's master planned. We're getting a chance to look at things holistically. So, you know, the P&D, just to provide a little bit of background, because I think it's important and I think it's relevant, especially since we're all new to this. The public's new to it, you're new to it, we're new to it, they're new to it. So really the idea is that this is providing predictability both to council, to the service providers, to different city departments, and to the public. These planned neighborhoods are specifically to be applied to areas greater than 10 acres. They are also designed to build, you know, neighborhoods with a mix of uses that are resilient neighborhoods, new neighborhoods. They are also designed to be concurrent with annexation. It does allow for phasing of annexation, but again, in the vein of predictability, it provides you with a full zoning plan in advance. And it provides you with really a level of infrastructure information that you wouldn't have had otherwise. So to summarize, really the benefits are, hopefully this is predictable. It's plannable. All of the city departments know it's coming, even though we're talking about phases. And lastly, you know, the city council are in the driver's seat. I can remember with a Scott Aspenleiter project, there was a question as to, you know, why did you go to the county commissioners for your zone change? This process was designed to get rid of that, to have people come to you. So I think we've successfully achieved that. I will say that those are the positives. It is a learning experience. So, you know, we've had to work through some things. That's just the reality of it. This is our first one. I think our documents, our language and our documents will continue to get stronger. But all in all, I think we're in a pretty good spot for our first try. The reality is that Recode provided a framework, but it doesn't provide all of the details of how you get it done. So, you know, we definitely learned some lessons along the way and have noted those. So, specifically tonight, you have an annexation, a zone change, a development agreement, and a P&D that are all a part of the puzzle. And they're all important, and they all reference one another, and they all work together. So, you know, your four-legged stool is not as good if one leg doesn't work. So please keep that in mind as well. It's important to note that the entire area, Phase 1 and Phase 2, have all been published to the public to be considered as a whole project. So though Phase 1 is what will actually become effective, your actions tonight signify holistic approval of the project. And that's how those documents are designed to work together. It references an approved P&D, which is providing approval for your overall development plan. There will be some future processes that staff will bring back to deal with Phase 2. Those are not on the developer. Those are on staff to bring back and ultimately clean up. The other thing that I think is important to note is that if something changes, if the boundaries of the phases change, you get to go back to the driver's seat. You know, we have to go back through and bring a resolution to amend those. If the boundaries of the P&D change and they want to do different districts, that has to come back to you. So, you know, even though you're looking at a project in whole tonight and you're thinking, gosh, we might be approving something that might not come into the city until a few years from now, what you're approving is the approval that will be in place. If something changes, it comes back to you. So I just want to make that clear to hopefully alleviate any sort of concern. So you've heard me talk about phases.
Monica, excuse me, a quick question or comment, Councilmember Eckwood.
Thank you, Honor and Council. You know, Monica, you're bringing this up, and usually, I assume you're not going to do this every time. You know, this four-legged stool, I can see whether or not now, but in the future, the council will knock one of the legs off. And I just hope you are aware of that, obviously, and prepared for that. Are you?
I believe we're prepared for that, Councilmember Yakowicz. Like I said, the documents all are intertwined, relate to one another, and more importantly, a development agreement is the most unique document that you're considering tonight. A development agreement is a contract between council and the developer, between the developer and council. That development agreement talks about this project in whole. And so you are making a decision that future councils will ultimately have to approve. But just like if you made a decision tonight on the whole thing, that's a decision that council in the future would have to live with. So yes, I appreciate your comments. I understand that we'll still have public processes that people can comment on and participate publicly, and councils in the future will still be involved. But the reality is that you also have a development agreement, which is a contractually binding agreement, and all of the documents are referencing one another. So I do think in that sense, we're trying to make sure that that leg of the stool doesn't come off.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
All right, so moving into the annexation request, we are, is everything all right? Okay, sorry. So moving into the annexation, it is in phases. Phase 1 is right here along King Avenue and 48th Street. And Phase 2 moves up 48th and is below Georgina Drive. One thing to point out is that there is an in-holding with this project that is not a part of the planned neighborhood development. This is an aerial of the subject property. The yellow line is to the second yellow line, this one right here, is used to denote the phasing. This area is located in the limits of annexation map, in the red petition area. And now I'm going to turn it over to Nicole.
Thanks, Monica. So the PND is a type of zoning process. So a planned neighborhood development, and we worked through those in Recode to say there are three basic types of PNDs. There's the neighborhood PND, which is just all neighborhood zoning. There's the mixed residential PND, which has both neighborhood and mixed residential zoning, and maybe even a little neighborhood office or neighborhood mixed use. And then the mixed use PND, which has an arterial street corner that is calling for a corridor mixed use zone, and then has arterial streets that also need different kinds of zones, as well as some neighborhood zones. So this is a mixed use PND. The proposal property is in the agricultural zone in Yellowstone County. It has planned development zoning to the east, to the south, and agriculture zoning to the west. It has rural residential 1 zoning to the north, as well as agriculture zoning. The in-holding is a unique feature of this PND. It's not very often that you end up with a wholly surrounded parcel in a zoning or an annexation. This did happen to the east on the edge of the Lenhart property and the St. Vincent's Healthcare property. That is a wholly surrounded agricultural properties. They cannot be forced to annex. They can only annex by petition, and that's if they want city services. So the zone district mix, which is part of that PND, as well as the basic street layout, it doesn't show you lots, it's not showing you buildings. We're not at that level of detail. We're at the level of show us the streets, show us the zoning, and how that works all together with the adjacent property and with the city's infrastructure plan. So you have this basic street layout. There'll be one access point from King Avenue West that is in addition to the existing access easement that has to be maintained by this developer to that in-holding parcel, which is this piece right here. And this is the access point from King Avenue West that's existing and has to be maintained. So we have the corridor mixed-use 1 zoning here at the corner, and that's about 12.7% of the total land area of 66 acres. The net acres is smaller than that, so we're basing all of these percentages on net acres. So streets take off the top of the gross acres. So the net acres is about 12.7 for the corridor mixed use 1. The NX2 zoning, which is applied here along the King Avenue west frontage, as well as the South 48th Street west frontage, comes to about 21.7% of the net acres. The biggest zone district, though, is the N2, which is here for the bulk of the property, 55.8%. And so those are in these blocks here. Then the public 1 zoning is about 9.8%. Of the net acres, and the public 1 zoning is shown here. This is a larger parcel, a smaller one here, and kind of this linear series of parks that goes mid-block between these east-west streets. Now, some of this public 1 zoning will be used to help manage their on-site stormwater, but definitely there is a plan for developing recreational features in these public parks. They have not yet decided whether those would be dedicated parks to the city. They're still talking about the size of these parcels and how they would be developed with parks. That would be something that would follow on in a subdivision subsequent to the annexation and zoning. But this is their plan for that public 1 zoning for the zoning plan. So this also shows you the phasing line. So phase 1 is here. The zoning ordinance references both phases, but the zoning change will only go for phase 1 tonight. A future ordinance, public hearing, annexation resolution will address Phase 2. But we are looking at the whole zoning plan. The Zoning Commission considered the whole zoning plan and its relation to Georgina Drive and internally and to all the adjacent properties. So your approval of the zone change tonight should also consider this is what's going to happen first and what will happen second. And this is if you're standing at that corner of 48th and King and you're looking east across the front of the subject property. That in-holding parcel is the parcel that has the nice big trees all the way around it, right there. This is if you're looking north along South 48th Street West. Right here is the subject property. And then if you're looking south, right now this intersection is a stop-controlled intersection, only 48th Street West traffic stops. The plan is for a roundabout traffic control at this intersection, not a signal. And that's the state route of King Avenue West. That's the choice there for that control. This is looking north and east. This is Georgina Drive properties up here. Way further to the east is the Lenhart Square developments. And this is the point when Monica comes back.
So now that we've moved through the presentation, we're getting to the point of recommendation. So you are familiar multiple times tonight with the annexation policy criteria. The only one that I will take time to comment on is that with the development agreement, we are asking Public Works staff today heard from MDT that that there may be some issues with the King Avenue West access. So in order to address that, there is some special language that Public Works staff has proposed, in particular in the development agreement on number 1, roads and access. The sentence that says the developer tract will be accessed by way of internal roads and driveway approaches as approved by MDT and the city. That's how it needs to read. As approved by MDT and the city. That's the key part there. So if you have specific questions on the development agreement, we do have Public Works Director here tonight that can help with those. Otherwise...
I apologize, Monica, but just to clarify, the draft that we have and could potentially approve, if we just say pursuant to the staff recommendation, does it include that language?
It doesn't include this as approved by MDT and the city. Okay. And we think that based on some of the issues that were heard, that language would cover being able to handle if MDT, basically things need to be approved by both.
Okay, so we would need to add that to what we have in front of us.
Correct, on the development agreement.
Yeah, okay, yes. Thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
The zoning criteria has been provided for you, and then I will let Nicole give you the zoning commission recommendation in case there's anything from the hearing to report on.
Well, the zoning commission did conduct their public hearing. There was public comment, one from the property owner of the in-holding. She was objecting to the proposed NX2 zoning that basically would be on the north, the east, and the south of her property. She didn't think that was necessary, that the mixed residential zoning required on the arterial street didn't have to extend north of her property. However, on the east side of her property, that is designated as a public P1 zone. So that will not be developed east of her property. She was encouraged to continue discussions with the agent and the property development company to discuss that. We agreed that any future applications on this property, particularly around her inholding, whether they were for master site plans or subdivisions, that we would notify her from planning so that she could also be involved in those development discussions. Ultimately, the Zoning Commission is recommending approval to you based on those zone change criteria. It meets the growth policy in the West Billings neighborhood plan. It is compatible as possible with the adjacent zoning. Whenever you're doing a zoning plan on the edge of the city and the county, you're always, you can't be compatible with ag necessarily, but you can make it as compatible as possible. It meets all of the P&D design criteria for lengths of blocks, connectivity, and the zone district assembly of percentages. So that is basically the recommendation from the Zoning Commission. I don't really have anything additional from that hearing that's not in your staff report. So we would like you to hold a public hearing, a joint public hearing on the annexation. You do have to act separately, just as we did on the first two. As Monica said, we're going in levels of complexity here. So this is the most complex you will have tonight. You will do this again in September. We have another P&D that's proposed for West Billings. So that one doesn't have the complexity of being a phased annexation. It'll be annexed all at once. But we're going to work on that phasing language in our development documents. So, any questions?
Okay, questions for Nicole? Councilmembers Ewald, Boyette, Purington?
Thank you, Mayor. Nicole, refresh me on that CMU one. Is that zoning like the Shiloh buildings commons? Is
right.
that could be put, those same buildings could be put on that CMU one?
They could. Maybe not as tall. The CMU1 and CMU2 are different insofar that not all the uses in CMU2 are allowed in CMU1. So maybe some of the ground floor uses would be okay. The Shiloh crossings, is that what the Shiloh Commons?
The commons,
right.
Where they got the apartments above the ground floors.
Right, yes.
Central.
You could do that. You could do all commercial. You can't do all residential, though.
Right.
It's required to have a mixed-use building.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Boyette and Purington.
Thank you, Mayor. I get complaints, if nothing else, all day long about traffic. Grand Avenue's example, we have two schools, Montessori and the Christian school. People take their kids to school and then they try to turn left onto Grand Avenue. It's a disaster. With this, I see nothing but trouble entering through on King Avenue. Is there a way to say no traffic, no entrance on King, or at least no left turns off coming out of there onto King? Because I just see that as, and since it's a single road, there's not a 3-lane road, we're just going to have nothing but trouble there, where 48th is an easier street for people to get out on.
Right. In zoning and annexation, we do not deal directly with the details of traffic access, but I can tell you that they are well on their way into a traffic accessibility study and discussions with MDT and the city on access to the property. As I said, in the zoning part, there is that in-holdings access easement, and that's in place, and that has to stay. MDT has approved that location years and years ago. It's the new access point and how that's used, whether that's a full access or 3/4 or only a right-in, right-out. Because of its location close to that roundabout, the state may say, no, right in, right out. If you have to go east on King, you go to the roundabout and turn around, go the other direction. But those details have not been finalized, but obviously looked at and will be looked at as part of the subdivision and as part of the traffic accessibility study. That's part of that subdivision.
Thank you. Follow-up?
Yeah, and then since this is our first P&D, will you be out there with a hard hat monitoring all these folks so that you can guarantee how good they're doing?
Day and night, that will be the condition of all approvals. Yeah.
Debbie Melling's crew will be doing that.
Councilmember Purington.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. Nicole, remind me or break that down. On one of the slides, you had the 88%, 10%, and 2% open space. So how do those relate back to your percentages that you gave on the breakdown?
Right, so those are maximums and minimums that we wrote into the P&D section of the code. So the maximum of any one district you can have in a P&D is 88%.
Okay.
So, and the minimum you can have 10%. Is 10% with your 2% open space. So that all adds up to 100%.
Okay.
So they meet the maximums and the minimums for the district mix that they're proposing.
Perfect. Thank you. And follow up, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
So on a lot of these, well, almost every one of these, we have the criteria which meets the growth policy in the West Billings growth plan, I guess is what it's called. How can we say that now? Because that growth, or the West Billings plan is, I guess now it's almost over 20 years old. And who would have thunk that we would have had this many apartment complexes, these huge apartment complexes going up out there? And so to use these as part of this criteria, I almost find it's a little, I don't like to do that because I don't know that process anymore. I don't know that it meets that. I don't know how we can say it meets that.
Right. Well, the West Billings plan, for its age, has aged very well compared to some of our other neighborhood plans. It basically outlined and said, you need to put commercial nodes at arterial street intersections. Don't stretch them out along the entire arterial street. So that plan has been instrumental in making nodes of commercial development happen and keeping them close to those arterial street intersections as possible. And in between there, you can do offices, you can do multifamily residential. Now, the planned development zones that are close by here, Lenhart Square, the Western Skies, the Montana Sapphire, those were all kind of already in the pipeline before the West Billings plan was finalized and approved. So this zoning and that plan, yes, it's aged. It still has a great deal to say about development and zoning in West Billings and how to do it right. So we're keep using it. We have the 2016 growth policy that doesn't contradict that West Billings plan, but complements it. So we use both because both apply to West Billings.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Nicole, there isn't any connectivity shown on this, and I recognize this is not a subdivision application and an SIA, and there really isn't any road structure in Lenhart Square to connect to the east, except for along Georgina. Right. But if you just can comment on that, and in particular, not so much road connectivity, but trail connectivity. There's a good trail system along the roads in Lenhart Square. So hopefully somebody would be able to connect through those two subdivisions on bike or foot and not have to go all the way down to King Avenue and the trail that'll be along King Avenue. But if you want to comment.
I'm not sure of the coordination. I know that this lot is having some pre-planning done for apartment development, but this line right here is intended to be a trail connector to this adjacent lot. So that's something that we will look hard at. There is planned both for 48th and for King, the arterial multi-use trail will front here and along 48th Street West. There's also a plan to have connectivity north and south with a dedicated walkway that runs along this park, and then to this park, and then ultimately out to King Avenue. And then when we have the roundabout, connectivity across King Avenue West to get to the conservation area and the Billings Lakes.
Great, because the town square and Lenhart Square immediately to the east here should have restaurants, bars, ice cream shop, nice neighborhood commercial that would be accessible by foot or bike, and it'd be a shame to force people to have to go out onto King to get there. So.
Right.
Okay, any other questions before we move to our joint public hearing for Monica or Nicole? Don't see any, so we'll open it up for our joint public hearing on the annexation petition, item 5A little I and 5A little 2, the first reading ordinance for zone change. If there's anybody like to comment, please come forward. Also, Scott, if you wanted to comment on behalf of the developer or yourself, please come forward at this time. So.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Scott Aspenleiter with Performance Engineering on behalf of the developers. I'll keep it pretty short. The ladies did a really nice job of presenting what we've went through. We, fortunately or unfortunately, have the distinction of being the first PND. It is not a perfect process by any stretch of the imagination, but we have worked through a lot of the hurdles and the bumps in the road to come up with something I think that everybody can be agreeable to, including the developer. Everybody wants to see some consistency and some predictability. I think we've worked through some of those issues. There's some mechanical things that need to continue to get improved within the departments, but what we've put forward, I think we feel good about. We've tried to do our best with the in-holding parcel. That's just a challenge. We do have access agreements in place. That was one of the concerns that was raised by the inholder. There is an easement that you can see very clearly there on the map that has to be withheld and maintained for access to her property. And then we've obviously provided access on 3 of 4 sides to that parcel as well. So we've done our best to try to maintain and do the neighborly thing with that parcel. Outside of that, I think we're pretty happy with where we ended and look forward to any questions or concerns that the council may have.
Great, thank you. Any questions for developers representative? Councilmember Yakwich.
I got a big question for you, Scott. I don't know if you can answer, but well, I'm just intrigued. The water, that's about 5 miles out to your development, and then 48th Street to maybe to the river, and then sewage all the way back. How do we do that?
That's a great question for your public works director in the back.
Magic.
We'll be extending those services out from King and up 48th. We, in our development agreement or in our subdivision improvements agreement, will have, we will be paying our proportionate share or the base requirement for the water line going up 48th, which will be oversized as it goes in. The city will be paying the upsize in that pipe for the installation of that. So we'll pay our base and the city will pay the overage in extension of that. So we'll be doing our part working with the city to get there. But, that's the challenge of a growing community. Councilman Yakwich, no good answers from this engineer.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Any other public, Councilmember Ewald?
Thank you, Mayor.
I'm sorry, Scott, I guess we had another question.
If this all goes through, is there plans to get started like in a year?
I think there's plans to get started in putting utilities in this fall yet.
And construction and actual buildings, how soon?
Next spring.
Next spring? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Neese.
Scott, do you have commercials, businesses lined up for that area then?
The commercial, it's hard to speak directly for the developer, but at this point, the commercial is going to sit and wait for a while.
Okay, so residential,
and the
you're ready to
residential will
go
go first.
Commercial will kind of hold on. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Perrington.
How long before they start phase 2?
That's hard to predict. I mean, I would guess it'll be, at least 18 months to 2 years for full build out in phase 1. That'll be kind of market driven.
So follow up. So with Monica, and do they have a set period of time that they have to move with phase 2?
Councilmember Perrington, yes, we don't want to see this linger any longer than 7 years. We think that the developer will have the ability to meet that deadline. But the idea is not that, this land will stay in the county forever. When they're entering this commitment, this development agreement, this P&D with the city, it's to also say, even if things move slow, even if the market slows, we're still coming into the city.
And Monica, just to clarify on that they say a deadline of 7 years, it's not that they have to come forward with annexation within that time period. It's just if they don't, the deal is off under the development agreement, correct? They're not under any obligation to seek annexation within that time period. We can't force them to do that.
Not within the time period, but if at the time 7 years has lapsed and we want to see them move into the city, yes, we can act on that. That's a part of the arrangement.
It's not just that we can actually require that they seek annexation in that 7 period, or
yes,
initiate it ourselves.
Right.
Oh, okay.
This is it's a commitment from both the city and the developer, and it's a big one.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Bernice?
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to ask along those lines because Nicole mentioned that we were looking at, phase 1, phase 2, and we're approving phase 1 tonight. Mm-hmm. But I guess because we're approving the annexation and the other documents, we're actually approving phase 2, at least the annexation portion, if they don't do it within 7 years. Is that correct?
Right. Like Councilmember Bernice, we're setting several things in motion that all need to work together, that all basically get the outcome in the end. Again, like I said in the beginning of the presentation, all of the documents are designed to reference the project as a whole, even though the effectiveness of phase 1 is what's actually going to happen immediately. But the idea, because you're referencing the project in whole, is that when they come back or we come back and we're ready to finalize and open up phase 2, there has been this long-standing record, not only your discussion record here tonight, but every single document laid out the intent that this was a whole project.
Thank you, Mike, and I agree with what you just said about their obligation. I apologize, I had not seen, well, I did see it because I highlighted it, but I didn't remember. Paragraph 10, little b, second to last sentence says, if phase 2 written request has not been submitted within 7 years of the date of this resolution, the property will automatically be included in the city limits.
Great.
So, okay, thank you. Okay, we've heard from Scott. The public hearing on this item is still open. Is there anybody else who would like to comment on item 5A little I or 5A little 2, the annexation or zone change on the Dyke property? Any other public hearing comment? Don't see any, so we will close the public hearing, the joint public hearing on this item. Back to council as to item 5A little I, the annexation. Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to conditionally approve the resolution approving annexation 21-09 as recommended by staff.
Motion made, Councilmember Brown. Second. Okay, we have a motion before you. Council, discussion on the motion. Councilmembers Boyette or Brown, do you have any comments on your motion?
I would just say I think that this is great. I was concerned when I saw that chunk right in the middle there. Actually, Councilman Neese or Ewald brought that up. I had totally overlooked it, but now that I know that that's not a, skirt the taxes kind of deal, I think this is a great project, and I really look forward to it out there.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other discussion on the motion? Motion is for approval consistent with the staff recommendation. Any other discussion before we proceed to a vote? Don't see any, so we'll move to a vote. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. That concludes item 5A little I, 5A little 2. Is there further discussion or motion? I'm going to start with a question for staff here. This can be to any of the staff or city attorney. This is the zone change. I look at the zone change ordinance, and it says that the official zoning map is hereby amended, present tense, and then it gives the 4 different tracks, including track 14, which is phase 2, I believe, and says that those zones will be in effect from the effective date of this ordinance. So it sounds like we are rezoning track 14 starting today, if approved, or after second reading, whenever this becomes effective. Am I reading that right? And if so, is track 14 phase 2, and how do we change the zoning before the annexation is in effect?
Mayor, thank you. I'll try to take this question. I think you are reading that correct, and staff has made some modifications to the zone change ordinance to clarify that the tract 14 is being zoned in phase 2, and so that language is clarified. It has removed tract 14 from the title and from the description of the property being annexed as is annexed. So there's an additional reference in the zone change ordinance to the planned neighborhood development and describing it more clearly, that tract 2C, 2G1, 2H1 are the ones being annexed effective immediately, and that tract 14 will be annexed later as part of phase 2. So that was just amended today, so that will, you'll have a more clear ordinance that outlines all of that.
Okay, how do we know what it is that we're approving tonight? Is that something that can be orally described very clearly, or do we have a written version of it, or because we have to approve something tonight, right?
Yes, please.
Hey, Wyatt. Gina, do you have it from the email? Because we don't have access to the planning server.
Okay, here.
Okay, so this, in the title and the zone district amendment, you'll notice that tract 14 has been excluded from that description. And we've added a section 3. So former section 3 is now section 4, et cetera. So it describes the planned neighborhood development as a master plan, a new mixed-use planned neighborhood development to be annexed in phases to the city. The development and review of the PND is in accordance with our code 27800. Phase 1 of the PND includes tracts 2C, 2G1, 2H1 of Certificate of Survey 983, this ordinance. Phase 2 of the PND consists of tract 14 of CFS 983. The zoning master plan includes zoning for tract 14 that will be adopted by separate ordinance at the time phase 2 is annexed. So you will have another ordinance for public hearing and voting at phase 2. But that will be an administrative thing. It won't be an application through the applicant. Staff will bring forward the annexation resolution and will bring forward the zone change ordinance for public hearing.
Okay, so we don't have written copies of that, but if you can just keep that up, that would be great.
That'll be attached to your second reading ordinance.
Okay, so, and we would approve this presumably tonight if that's what the motion is. So, okay, thank you for that clarification. Council, we've already had the hearing on this. We do not have a motion on the floor for 5A(2), the zone change. Is there more a motion or other discussion? Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve zone change 997 and adopt the findings of the 10 criteria as recommended by the Zoning Commission. Do I need to add plus a copy of the email that we see?
Well, at least the revised language in section 2 and the new section 3 that the council is now looking at. Absolutely.
Okay, that sounds good.
Okay, so hopefully the clerk has that. That is the motion. Is there a second for the motion? Councilmember Brown. Okay, discussion now on that motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? Before we proceed to vote, any discussion? Don't see any. So the motion is for approval, consistent with the staff recommendation, with including this change to the staff recommendation, the new language in section 2 and the brand new section 3. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. That concludes that item and brings us to item 5B, the development agreement. Monica or Nicole, just a quick reminder of what the development agreement is. I doubt you have a big presentation.
Yes, a condition of approval for the annexation was that a development agreement be provided. Development agreements are handled with Public Works. They cover public infrastructure improvements. There's also language related to the phasing of the annexation included in this development agreement as well. And there was the need for one small amendment based on feedback that was provided by MDT today. To say that the access needs to be approved by both MDT and the city. That was under roads and access.
And you remember what section of the development agreement that would be? Section 1, roads and access. Yes, okay. And okay. So did you have exact language? I think you did, right? Yeah, so why don't you tell us exactly which sentence, because there's about 10 sentences or half a dozen sentences in that section 1.
Yeah, okay. I'm not exactly sure what, oh, here we go. Okay, so section 1, roads and access. So it needs to, where, just in the first sentence, the developer tract will be accessed by way of internal roads and driveway approaches as approved by MDOT and the city of Billings, and the city.
Okay, so in the first sentence, at the end, we would add the words "as approved by the
MDOT and the city."
MDOT and the city. Okay. All right, thank you very much. We have no, we don't have any motion before us on this yet. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question. Since we made some changes to the annexation phasing, is there anything in the development agreement that we now have to change to match those changes, or has that all been reviewed to make sure that there are no more changes needed here?
No, Councilmember Neese, it's all consistent.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions for staff or motion? Councilmember Brown?
Yeah, I move to approve the development agreement with TKJ Development LLC as recommended by staff with the recommended changes to the roads in the agreement.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Boyette? Councilmember Boyette has the second. Okay, the motion is for approval consistent with the staff recommendation with the additional staff recommendation to add at the end of that first sentence of section 1, roads and access, as approved by the Montana Department of Transportation or MDOT and the city, or words to that effect. Any discussion now on the motion? Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. Going back to the waiver of annexation, excuse me, the right to protest, is that a lifetime deal or is that a 20-year?
Because this is part of a development agreement and not part of a subdivision, it is one that is not bound by the 20 years. The 20 years is strictly when it's part of a subdivision.
Thank you very much. Further discussion on the motion? Any further discussion on the motion? Don't see any, so we'll proceed to a vote on item 5B, the development agreement with TKJ Development. The motion is for approval, consistent with the staff recommendation with the change on the language in the first sentence of section 1. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, nay. Motion passes. Thank you very much. Brings us to item 5C. This is the public hearing on the expanded boundaries of Ward 5. We'll begin immediately with the public hearing. If you'd like to comment on the addition of these this property to Ward 5, please come forward at this time. Is there any public comment on item 5C, expanding the boundaries of Ward 5? Don't see any, so we will close the public hearing on item 5C. Back to council. Council, how would you like to proceed? Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken testimony, public testimony, I move to approve the first reading ordinance expanding the boundaries of Ward 5 as recommended by staff.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Brown, the second. Any discussion? Don't see any. Councilmember Boyette.
Just to clarify, the 66.925 gross acres, is that phase 1? Just to verify.
No, the 66 acres is the development. It's in its entirety. So, like I said, a lot of the documents, everything is proposed to be able to reflect a project in whole. We will have for the annexation or for the phase 1, when the subdivision comes through, you'll be able to see the gross and net acreage with the new road network and things like that.
Thank you. Councilmember Boyd, your motion specifically just tracked the existing language, and the draft that we were given of the proposed ordinance expressly includes Phase 2, Track 14. So I believe that is an error, and I assume staff would agree that needs to be deleted. If so, I'll ask for a friendly amendment to your motion to make sure that's the case, but I'll look to staff to confirm that we should delete Track 14. Staff?
Forgive me, I do not have the word ordinance boundary in front of me.
It says amendment, blah, 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 are more particularly described as follows, and then it goes through different tracks, including track 14 of certificate of survey, blah, blah, blah. So it's definitely track 14, if that is Phase 2 and coextensive with Phase 2.
See a copy? I've got.
Yes, you could strike tract 14 of certificate of survey 983 in that entire sentence in its entirety.
Okay, and if nobody from staff disagrees, back to our motion makers. Councilmember Brown, do you have a question about all this?
Yeah, I think a question, we could or we should?
You should. I mean, so this is an example of what I meant when I first opened up the presentation and said, I think, we've realized, in trying to figure out the interconnectedness of everything, this is our first time. And so I apologize for this. You should remove it. We are good otherwise on all of the other documents that are very clear about the area that's coming in. We know that Phase 1 of Ward 5, the reality is that you can't change the ward without it being effectively annexed. So it would be good to remove it just to clean it up and make it consistent. We've noticed that just how important it is trying to be consistent and reflect each phase, but also it's been a learning curve. So again, my apologies.
Okay, Councilmember Boyett, is that consistent with your motion?
Right, so we could say the same motion, except we would retract track 14 of certificate of surveying out of this so that it's not included.
Okay, all right, so and that's consistent with the second, Councilmember Brown? Okay, so the motion is for approval consistent with the staff recommendation and the draft that's in your packet, with the exception of striking that paragraph dealing with track 14, which is Phase 2. Okay, discussion on is there a discussion on the motion now? Any discussion on the motion? If not, we'll proceed to a vote. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. That concludes item 5 and brings us to item number 6. Tony, would you read item number 6A? There is no joint hearing here, so it's just the annexation for 6A.
Item 6, CPP LLC, ARB Investments LLC, and GSB Holdings LLC property. Public hearing and resolution for annexation 2107, a parcel located along Calhoun Lane. CPP LLC, ARB Investments LLC, and GSB Holdings LLC petitioners. Staff recommends conditional approval. Action, approval, or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Okay, we're on the downhill slope. We got the big one out of the way. As Tony mentioned, this is not a joint hearing. This is solely an annexation. The reason for that is because the property is already zoned a district that is recognized by the city. So moving directly in, process-wise, there is a development agreement and also a ward boundary ordinance, which reflects that this would go into Ward 3. So Here is the annexation resolution exhibit showing the property. It's the linear portion that's shaded in gray along Calhoun Lane. This is an aerial of the property. As you can see, there is a single-family dwelling along Calhoun. Otherwise, the property remains vacant. This is a snapshot from the limits of annexation map showing that it's in the red petition area. And this is the zoning map from the city. So to the north, we've got N2. To the west, we have Public 2. That's the corner where the church is being constructed currently. The southern vacant parcel that is in the city limits is zone CMU1. Across King Avenue, we move into CMU2. These are two separate photos that are providing the frontage of the house. The reason why it looks like it's cut off is I wanted you to be able to see the posting, but also see the house for reference. There is an alleyway that is adjacent to the property. This is a street shot looking south on Calhoun. This is looking north on Calhoun. This is looking southeast from the alley. So this parcel, it follows this fence line here and goes down here and becomes adjacent to that residential structure. This would be looking east from the alley towards Calhoun. So the back of the house is right here. And then this is looking across King Avenue East, across the vacant parcel into the proposed parcel to be annexed. So you guys are all pros at the annexation criteria. It is a part of the limits of annexation map. Its location, the city is providing services in the area. There were no concerns that were notable. There is a development agreement that will take care of bullets 3 and 4, making sure that improvements are to city standards and that there's a waiver of right to protest, not subject to the 20 years. And any development will be in compliance with zoning, with the CMU1 zoning. So the recommendation that you have before you tonight is to hold a public hearing. We are recommending conditional approval subject to a development agreement. And with that, I conclude my presentation.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Monica before we open up for a public hearing on the annexation petition? Council Member Ewald and Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. I got a couple questions. That CMU1, is that a residential zone too? Can they do residential in it?
The CMU zone requires the mixed use, so it can have residential on the top or in the back even, but it does need to be a mixed use zone, or a mixed use rather.
That half a block that they're bringing in across the alley is all residential, so it doesn't fit in with anything. And my second question is why aren't they required to put the street in and continue at least half of Jansma to service that parcel?
Councilmember Ewald, at this, well, okay, so two questions. The first was your statement about CMU1 not being compatible with N2. There's no reason to think that a CMU1 zone is incompatible with an N2. You know, they both do allow for residences. They're just going to look differently. You know, you might have a 2-story building, but you could have 2-story N2 residential development as well. The ground floor commercial doesn't make it incompatible necessarily. It is in a well-traveled area. Calhoun has been improved. You're also pretty close to the intersection of King Avenue East, which is able to carry a substantial amount of traffic. So, you know, there does seem to be compatibility there. So Then moving on to your second question about the road, at this point in time, they're just asking for annexation. They have not come forward with a development plan. It'll be up to them to put one forward that with access to city services, they can design accordingly. To be able to design a development without access to water, sewer, and other city services is obviously challenging. So I'm sure it'll be interesting to see what they bring forward. Typically, if items are, or if roads, not items, if roads are on our functional classification map, they have to construct them. And I guess if there's anything specific, I can certainly follow up on it, but at this point in time, they don't have a development put forward. They're just asking to be annexed in and provide services so that they can then take that next step. We haven't even had preliminary discussions in any way with what their layout could look like, what their proposed use could be.
Follow up, please, Mayor. So if they come up with a plan, that comes back to us then? Or once we do this, it's over with, they do what they want?
Councilmember Ewald, it depends. We have a couple of different processes. If it's a subdivision, yes, it will come forward to you. If they decide to do a master site plan that's in conformance with zoning, those do not have to come to council. Those are reviewed administratively. So division of land, yes, you'll see it. If they were to rezone to something different, yes, you'll see it. If they are going to develop without creating any sort of division of land and it's in conformance with zoning, you won't see it. So it's just dependent on the situation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Denise.
Thank you, Mayor. My questions are along the same lines on this, and you mentioned something, so I'll kind of follow up on that. You mentioned if there was I think you said like a street plan. Do you know if that street, Jasmine, is planned to go, with the city plan to put that street all the way through?
I don't. I'm hoping I can defer to Debbie on that.
Okay, great.
I was just looking it up. So Jansma isn't, well, I wish I could show you my GIS here. Jansma doesn't align with this property. It aligns with the property to the south. So without a subdivision. Okay, that's what we need to show right there. So if there's a subdivision, we can require right-of-way and we can require that road to go through. But Jansma isn't a platted road like a lot of roads. Most of the time when we get a subdivision off an existing road, there's a plat through there or a section or an old county road easement or something like that. This does not have that. There you are.
That's the closer you can get to it?
It's that yellow thing right there that you're looking at.
Jansma goes straight.
There, and there you can see.
Yeah, see,
So it goes to the property to the south.
when you say it doesn't align, I mean, it looks to me like if Jasmine were to go through that, it would align right directly with the street if it went all the way through to Calhoun.
I don't think it does.
This property.
Yeah.
But it would be on the property to the south.
It wouldn't be on this property.
It's still a line.
There.
In front of their.
They can have access off Calhoun. That's private property. There is no parcel between those properties. It's just a line. I mean, there's just private property.
Is it the same owner? Okay.
No.
Okay, Mayor, quick follow-up question then?
Sure.
If there's not going to be a planned road there, does that mean with this, will the CMU, is it CMU2, is that correct?
CMU1.
CMU1, will that allow then for them to provide alley access to wherever they're going to build there?
I'm sorry, Councilmember Denise, are you saying would there be an alley here?
No, the other side. There's an existing alley, a two-track alley there now.
Can this provide the access? There is an easement, an access easement on the south end of the property. I think, again, there's also some questions kind of related to what will the development pattern be. That single-family home is a CMU1, it's in the CMU1 zone. So it may very well be redeveloped, which obviously provides more frontage to Calhoun. How it could be accessed in the future, really, there is a lot to be determined based on whether or not they're able to develop in the city.
I guess my guess, let me ask you this a little differently, because Councilmember Ewald asked if we'd be seeing this again. So if they're going to start accessing the alley for, let's say they put a lot of residential units in there somehow, and they just are all driving up and down those alleys, and it's all gravel, it's going to cause a lot of dust, we're going to get complaints from the existing neighbors. Are we going to see that before something like that happens?
I hope something like that doesn't happen, Councilmember Neese. In particular, the fire department is, when master site plans come through, whether it's a subdivision or a master site plan, the fire department is looking for access. As far as how the access is currently constructed, if that were the primary access, I do not believe that fire would approve that. We would have to have some major mitigation measures before they could receive their approvals. So that's just one department off the top of my head that I think would have a major issue.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, other questions for Monica before we go to a public hearing? Are there any other questions for Monica?
Mayor.
Chris?
I'm sorry, just a clarification. Monica, if we don't annex it, we have no say. If we do annex it, then they do need to follow our rules, whatever they are. So out of the city, do whatever the county allows them to do. In the city, it may not have fully the control that you want, but you get some and to follow the rules and regulations of the city versus the rules and regulations of the county.
Okay, thank you. We'll move to a public hearing then on item 6A, the resolution for annexation on the Calhoun Lane property. If anybody would like to comment, please come to the podium. Scott, please give us your name, address, and tell us what's on your mind tonight.
Mr. Mayor, Council, Scott Aspenleiter, 608 North 29th, agent for the petitioner. I don't have anything to add. I'm just here to answer questions, should there be any questions from council.
Okay. How would people access that property? You're the engineer. Yeah.
Right now off of Calhoun.
You got a house there on this is Calhoun, right?
Yeah.
So the house blocks any sort of access to get, that's a one heck of a backyard, but yeah.
In the long run, that parcel or those two parcels along with the parcel to the south are all owned by the same people.
Oh, they are owned by the same.
The ownership is different.
It is different.
They may be the same people, but the ownership is different.
Gotcha.
They're different entities that own all three of those tracts.
Okay.
As in reality, as this goes, this will not be developed as a linear parcel. It will be developed some other way. I can't tell you what that is because I don't know. But
okay.
Right now, as it sits, it would access off of Calhoun, and it does have legal access that way.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Any other questions for Scott? Councilmember Ewald?
Thank you, Mayor. I drove by there 3 times today, and I could not see how you could access that yellow rectangle off of Calhoun. The house fills the whole frontage. The only access I can see to any of that back parcel is the alley.
I guess I'm hearing, but Scott, correct me, you acknowledge that, but that as a practical matter, it will eventually be connected to the property to the south, and they will solve that problem by coming in south of the house unless the house are torn down, I suppose.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Ewald, I think you also got to step back and also realize that you're not going to have a residential house on a CMU zoning. Like that house will go away when that property is developed. So you can't look at it as it sits today and just say, this is the only way it will work or it won't work that way. With the zoning as it is, there's no way that a single family house stays there as that property is developed out. We have to deal with the circumstances as they're sitting there today, which is what's presented to you. But in reality, as a development plan rolls out, as Monica had mentioned, it will not look as it looks today.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Shrieky.
And taking that, in context, Cabela's is right across King Avenue there. So that block right there to me looks like a really nice spot for a mixed commercial zone that's in there. So.
Okay, thank you. Anything else for Scott before we let him sit down? Don't see anything. Thank you. Okay, I forget if I opened it officially for the public hearing. I think I did. So is there any other public comment on item 6A? Any other public comment on item 6A? No? So we will close our public hearing on item 6A. Back to council. Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to conditionally approve the resolution approving annexation 21-07 as recommended by staff.
Thank you. Councilmember Shrieky with a second. Have a motion in favor before you, Council. Any discussion? Councilmember Joy and then Councilmember Denise.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is what is called a county island. That's what they are. They can do whatever they want. They're within the county. They don't have to come up to standards. This isn't one area of Ward 3 that has a county island. When I was first on council, we had a county island that came into the city, and the people in the area called me and said, "Is this a good thing or not?" And I said, "It's a very good thing. It's a very good thing when county islands come into the city." We have to recognize that as a council member or council asks themselves, we look at our map of annexation, we're looking at the inner belt loop, we look at all these different things, we know those costs are in the millions. But we have right here parcels that are county islands that can come into the city and be infill. And infill is an important part of our growth policy because we already have infrastructure paid for. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Denise, you had your hand up?
I did. Thank you, Mayor. I'll support this. I had some concerns over the alley and the access and things like that, but I think the applicant has satisfied that. But I would like to, in fact, I appreciate the applicant speaking on that because it is important that we know, I think, know who the owners are. I mean, I understand you can have a single individual but have 100 different corporations, and we need to know when we're dealing with this who the beneficial interest is in some of these properties so we kind of understand what the structure is. And so I appreciate you bringing that to our attention because it does help make sense that, when this property is developed, the same individual, maybe different entities, could be working together to develop something here that's good for the city. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Further discussion on the motion? Is there any further discussion on the motion? If not, we'll proceed to a vote. The motion is in favor of item 6A, annexation of this Calhoun Lane property consistent with the staff recommendation. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Item 6B is the development agreement. There is no public hearing. Monica, just give us the reminder of exactly what the development agreement is doing in a nutshell.
The development agreement is a condition of the annexation that you just approved, and it highlights any sort of public improvements that the developer may be subject to.
Thank you very much. Again, no public hearing. Council, how would you like to proceed? Item 6B, Councilmember Denise.
Quick question for staff on this. This development agreement, everything is in here. This city can't add anything later on. So again, when some of the concerns was raised about the alley, if we came across properties like this where it was different owners, would the development agreement then address as far as the way the alley should be developed by the applicant?
Sure. We can tag team it. I would say that yes, when annexations come forward and all of the city departments are notified, if that's something that would have come out, from staff to say, okay, we've got a plan for this area, or this was a part of our functional classification map, or we only have half the right-of-way, we'd like to receive more. Any of that feedback that has ever provided me does come back in the form of either a condition or in the development agreement.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. Highland Park up there by the Poet Streets, all those, or Highwood or whatever it is, they got all those little alleys that weren't meant to be streets. And now, because somebody put a ½ inch or 2 inches of blacktop on them, now the city has to re-blacktop them to keep them up to conditions to be used. If there was a falling out on these relatives or whoever owns this property, we got this block here without, we'll have an alley like we do up there. That's where I'm concerned about. Without knowing what's going in there, it's really tough to vote yes on this, so I'll be voting against this part of the development agreement.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I move we approve the development agreement with CPP, LLC, ARB Investments, LLC, and GSV Holdings, LLC, as recommended by staff.
Councilmember Trickey has a second. Discussion now on the motion. Any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. As we know, there are parts of the city that have existed for longer. They're not as regular as other parts of the city. They've come into the city piecemeal, an annexation here, an annexation there, due to the limited funds or the decisions of council. Investment has been put in places to make other parts of the city more regular, more uniform, more well-developed, deeper investment. They chose not to put development in some areas of Ward 3. So yeah, it doesn't look regular. It's not uniform. Those people have paid their property taxes for many, many years. And you see, it isn't uniform. It isn't very well taken care of. So the only way I see that we get this any better, this situation any better, is to continue to put investment in those areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion? Councilmember Purington?
Well, I'm reading the alternatives, or, if we disapprove of that the infrastructure improvements would be in accordance with policies in place at the time of development. So can you explain to me the pros and cons of this? I'm not sure, Frank, where you're going with your comments, so I'm just trying to weigh what that means.
This may be something that also Debbie needs to help with, but I think it's really important to understand that the annexation is subject to a development agreement. So council needs to do their part to identify the issues that are concerning in the development agreement to propose a change to in order to have the developer agree to it, because it's a mutually agreed upon development agreement. So, I absolutely hear what you are saying. We as staff, whether it be public works or planning, whether it be a master site plan or a subdivision, it is our job to make sure that it complies with the regulations. If there's a safety concern and access concern, we work with the fire department, we work with other departments. The developer has made a statement here tonight that has said, we intend to redevelop the parcel. And so to potentially, to use the development agreement as a way to then not meet the conditions of approval would have serious consequences. And so I would urge you to think about that. And you are absolutely welcome to propose changes that the developer can then consider. But rather than not like the whole thing, please, so that we can help the developer understand what you're trying to mitigate, propose changes. Thank you.
Okay. We do have a motion. Discussion on the motion. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Monica, this is probably directed to you again. Monica, I'm sorry, this is directed to you. I'm looking at the development agreement, Section 1, roads and access, and it actually states in here, in addition, the developer tracts can be accessed via the existing alley on the north side of each property. So it appears that the development agreement is giving them full access. So what you're saying is if we don't like that, if we don't think access should be, to the property should be allowed on the alleyway, then the council needs to make a recommendation to maybe remove something like that or modify something like that. Is that correct?
That is correct. I would say that these are two separate parcels. The house is on one parcel and that back parcel is on another. So as far as just making sure that you don't completely take away legal access would be something to consider. If you want to restrict how that access is used, that, you know, that any use of the alley in any way is compliant, you know, with all of our other regulations, you know, you're welcome to do so. I'd just be concerned that if that's the only legal access to that back parcel, that you'd be limiting it. You could say that the burden on it couldn't be expanded, I suppose.
And can you expound on that?
When I say that the burden on it can't be expanded, that's something that we typically see associated with easements in the county. But basically, it says that this access can be used how it's historically been used, and any further burden on it is not intended. So their subsequent developments would have to consider, you know, primary access through a different way. The one thing that I think is also important to consider is, you know, we want to think about things with multiple accesses, right? Because the new zoning code for some districts requires that if you're going to have garages, they need to be either alley accessed. So, you know, we don't want to completely prevent that alley from being used, because depending on how they decide to lay things out, it could have, you know, devastating impacts. One comment that Debbie and I were talking about when you asked your question and I didn't hear was that Councilmember Purinton asked about the alternatives and if you don't approve it. This development agreement allows for reimbursement. If you don't approve it and things just have to go with city codes, you also lose out on that opportunity. Thank you.
Quick follow-up on that. Go ahead. Monica, can we delay the approval of this? And with that, I see a no on that. So you can't postpone it till the next business session to come up with a different way to address the alley that's been discussed tonight.
Scott may not like my answer. I assume that's where you heard. Technically, the condition for the annexation said within 45 days, there needs to be a mutually agreed upon development agreement. I would really urge you to consider what's being asked of you. It is a property, a county island that is looking for redevelopment, is looking for city services. We do have subsequent processes that are going to account for safety things. So I just reiterate that you consider that.
In particular, Monica, if this property is subdivided, it'd be another opportunity to impose some conditions on the use of that alley or the paving or that sort of thing. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that would be the most likely scenario for creating those kind of requirements, subdivision?
I would imagine that based on just the layout and based on what I've seen, you know, that long linear lot probably isn't super conducive. At a minimum, there's going to have to be a change in how the boundaries are laid out. A boundary line relocation wouldn't necessarily trigger something like that, but I think in all reality, we are probably looking at some degree of a rearrangement with it. And again, I can tell you that if for whatever reason that alley is proposed as primary access, because we dealt with this firsthand with the planned neighborhood development, we reported to you on this in the Project Recode warranty period. We have some conflicting issues with the fire department where, you know, they're not willing to drive down anything that's less than 34 feet wide to provide their fire service. So that right there, again, I hate to hang this on the fire department, but I'm also, you know, very sensitive and realistic to the fact that we are dealing with those things on everyday developments.
Okay, thank you very much. Others who haven't commented yet, council members Ronning and Purinton.
I'm calling the question.
Okay, so we will vote on whether to vote. We need a supermajority, 2/3. Gina, please confirm that, and that will be 8 people. Okay, all right. So we will proceed on whether to vote. All in favor of moving to, I'm sorry, we need a second. That's a motion, I believe, so I think we have a second. Councilmember Tricky. So motion is made, seconded by Councilmember Tricky. We'll proceed to vote. It's not debatable. All those in favor of that, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, nay. Motion passes. I heard Councilmember Ewell, but nobody else, so I think we've got our 2/3 majority. Okay, we'll proceed to a vote on the motion. Motion is by Councilmember Joy to approve, consistent with staff recommendation, second by Councilmember Tricky. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, nay.
Aye. Nay.
Okay, Councilmember Ewell voted in opposition. Motion passes 10-1. Thank you very much. That concluded 6B. Brings us to 6C, public hearing on the boundary change. This is a public hearing. We'll go immediately to the public hearing. Is there anybody who would like to comment on item 6C, the ward boundary change? If so, please come to the podium. Nobody is doing so, so we will close the public hearing on item 6C. Is there a motion pertaining to 6C? Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Having conducted a public hearing, let's see, I need to find my right, oh, sorry. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve first reading ordinance expanding the boundaries of Ward 3 as recommended by staff.
Thank you. Second by Councilmember Tricky. Discussion on the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Yakwich.
I just want to make sure that Ward 1 will get annexed more lands sooner or than later.
I know.
You want this one?
Yeah. Yeah, is there any prohibition about having sort of a polka dot ward where you could kind of just have a little here, a little there?
Yeah.
Okay. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. That concludes item 6C, brings us to item 7. Tony, would you read item number 7?
Item number 7, public hearing and first reading ordinance for zone change 996, a zone change from corridor mixed use 2 and mixed residential 2 to neighborhood office and mid-century neighborhood residential, generally located on Elysian Road, Dodger Lane, and Interstate Avenue. Harmony Meadows LLC owner, performance engineering agent. Zoning Commission recommends approval and adoption of the 10 criteria. Action, approval, or disapproval of the Zoning Commission recommendation.
I want to annex this too, please.
Yeah.
It was already done.
Yeah.
But I will tell you, this is one of those subdivisions where the zoning was done by the county commissioners and then was annexed to the city. So, one of the old style. So this is technically termed a down zoning. The existing zoning allows some very intensive uses, some very dense development. And in response to the market, this particular landowner is saying, you know, I think the market's going this direction in this area. It has enough of the multifamily. It has enough of the single family. It needs more of the 2-family townhome and maybe a live-work office space. So the subject property is shown here. It's the red, the CMU2. There's a little in-holding here that's still zoned agriculture, not part of the city yet, can never be forced into annexing to the city except if they want services. The NX2 zoning is shown here, and that NX2 wraps around here. There's also NX2 here for a mobile home park that is currently outside the city limits, but they did a county zone change to RMFR several years ago with the anticipation of they would retire the mobile home park annexed to the city and provide some multifamily housing there. There's Public One zoning here to the south. That's a dedicated public park for Harmony Meadows subdivision. Annefeld, which is a planned development zone to the west that has a mixture of single family, two family, and then the attached townhomes, and then we'll have some neighborhood mixed use along Elysian Road. There's heavy commercial across the street, which is in the county, and that's the Titan subdivision. And there's a lot of contractor yards here. There's even, there was concrete manufacturing there on Titan Avenue, Interstate Avenue. So the Zoning Commission is recommending approval to you to change from CMU2 and NX2 to the neighborhood office and N2. They believe it meets the growth policy and allows this developer to adjust to those market conditions. Adjacent uses are compatible with the proposed NO zoning, which will have frontage on Elysian Road, and then the N2 zoning proposed for Dodger Lane and Interstate Avenue. And it will increase the market access to two-unit townhomes that there aren't a lot of those in this particular area of Billings. So here's the zoning plan as proposed by the developer. It shows the NO in the light blue along the Elysian Road frontage, and then the remainder would be the N2 zoning. Here is an aerial of the subject property. There's a lot more building to the west right now, and we just finished building Elysian Road for the start of the new school year. So it's a big collector street now, whereas before it was kind of big collector, small two-lane, gravel shoulders, ditch on one side. So now it's got pretty much full development all the way to Elysian School. This is if you're standing at the corner of Dodger Lane and Elysian Road and looking west. The structures in the background are part of Annefeld. And then if you kind of turn to the south a little bit, you can see the existing development in Harmony Meadows, which is the Grand Slam patio homes. I'm going to mess this up, and Field of Dreams apartments. So this is if you turn all the way around and look east and south. In the background there, oops, sorry. That's the cemetery here and the Maloney Lane as it proceeds down to dead end at the Yellowstone River. And then northeast, that heavy commercial zoning on the north side of Elysian Road, there in the county. Again, directly north across Elysian Road. Here are the Zoning Commission. The zoning criteria, the findings are in your staff report by the Zoning Commission. And the zoning master plan is presented by the applicant. And the aerial photograph, and I'd be happy to take any of your questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Nicole? Any questions before we go to a public hearing on this zone change? Councilmember Yaklich.
Just, I don't know how pertinent it is to the overall scheme, but Maloney Lane is becoming really busy. And boy, you just go down there and it's backed up traffic all the way down. I'm just wondering, how do we resolve that? Or, yeah.
It's being rebuilt. You approved the CIP.
Okay.
To rebuild Maloney Lane, you're building Songbird Drive this fall so that Riverfront Point and Josephine Crossing have a second way out. So when they close Maloney, they'll have to close it intermittently to rebuild it as a full collector that will have 2 travel lanes, a center turn lane, and I'm not sure, Debbie's not here, so I can't speak to what the traffic control will be at Maloney and Elysian, but that will be improved as well.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Nicole? Don't see any. Thank you, Nicole. We'll open up for public hearing first reading on this zone change. If you would like to comment, please come to the podium. Long time no see, Mr. Espenleiter.
Mr. Mayor and Council, for the record, Scott Espenleiter, representative for the developer. I don't have anything to say. I'm pretty much done talking. So unless you guys have questions, which I will enthusiastically answer, I am done for the night.
Okay. Thank you. I see you waving hands. So any other public comment during this public hearing on item number 7? Any other public comment? Don't see any, so we'll close the public hearing on item number 7. Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve zone change 996 and adopt the findings of the 10 criteria as recommended by the Zoning Commission.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Neese. Council, you have a motion before you. Discussion on the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? Any discussion on the motion? Now we'll proceed to a vote. Motion is for approval, item number 7. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. That concludes item number 7 and takes us to item number 8. Tony, would you please read item number 8?
Item number 8, public hearing and resolution to amend the limits of annexation map. Staff recommends approval. Action, approval, or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Mr. Friday.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. We're down to the final item here. So this is coming to you really because of recent actions by the City Council, and I'll talk a little bit about that as I zip on through the presentation here. But there's been several actions regarding future expansion and service areas that have brought the Annexation Committee got together after those actions to, let's see if I can, there we go. To bring this to you at this time. And the timing is important because we have development activity in both of these areas, and I'll talk real briefly on that too, that's moving forward. And so this is part of a timing schedule to have this considered by the council, these map amendments, and then you'll be seeing some annexations coming, one of them very soon, actually potentially next month, regarding some of this area and development to follow. So anyway, this process, though, is not unusual, and this council has been through this before. We actually did some map amendments to our limits of annexation map in October of last year, and there's sort of two things that bring this to you. Normally, every fall, we do a review of the annexation map and policy at the same time that the city is reviewing its CIP, which we will do later this fall, just like we do normally. And the committee gets together, reviews the CIP, reviews the map and policy, and then brings you recommendations. In this case, we're going to end up with two times this year where you're gonna see the annexation map. This one now, which is as I said, is council driven because of some actions you took in July, and then we'll have our normal process here later this fall and into the winter as part of the CIP review process. The council back in July, we at a work session on July 6th brought you, and Public Works, actually Debbie Melling, Public Works Director, kind of led that presentation, shared with you some development plans for areas out in the county, both in Southwest Billings and then also up by Alkali Creek. The council discussed compensation agreements at that time, which was very detailed regarding development and how the infrastructure, water and sewer utilities would be expanded in those areas and who would be paying for what. The council then, on July 12th at your regular meeting, did approve the first compensation agreement for what is becoming the Coca-Cola development project in Southwest Billings. And then the project up in Alkali Creek is still moving forward, but that'll be coming back in the same vein with annexation and an agreement as well. So those are what brought us to this evening's discussion. And so I wanted to show you, this is the current annexation map. And just to refresh, this was the last one was updated in October of 2020. We have the area in the blue is within the city limits currently. The red area is that annexation petition area, which are the area where property owners can petition to be annexed and go right through that process. The Calhoun Lane this evening is just as an example, was one of those properties that was already in that area of the red. And then we have the orange, sort of orange yellowish area, which is our long range area that contemplates future city expansion, but more analysis and information would be needed to really be able to be confident about, the services in that area and how we would be able to deliver services. So that's kind of the gist and the way our map is put together, and then the policy runs along with that. As I said, if you're in the red area, you can petition to annex at any time. If you're in the orange area, you have to request a map amendment to be able to get to see if the city would change it to the red and be able to provide the services and have development, be able to consider annexation for city development. So the two areas that we're talking about this evening for this map amendment are what we're calling the Inner Belt Loop Corridor Influence Area and then the Harnish Trade Center East Lane area. And as I said earlier, both of those portions of the East Lane area and I'll just go to the map, it'll be easier to talk to it that way. So the two areas, we've got the Harnish Trade Center area down here, and then the Inner Belt Loop Corridor Influence area up here. So just to talk to this one first, the council directed staff and then did, as I said in July, entered in a compensation agreement for extension of utilities to serve the proposed Coca-Cola manufacturing and distribution center in that area. And so as part of that, Public Works had looked at how the utilities would be extended in coordination with them from, this is Elysian School right there at East Lane and Elysian, and then this area was already in our annexation area adjacent, but then the project is over here. So we looked at then amendments to the map to bring those into the red area, basically within the area that could be served with those extension of those utilities. Back to that whole discussion of compensation, there's the development of the Coca-Cola property, but then there's adjacent properties and properties along that area that could also then be served and would eventually could come in, would contribute to the utility expansion and would use the utilities and be in the city. So the proposal here is to bring in that area that could be served currently with that extension for their project, and then could bring in other property in the area. This area was in the long range area, has been for many years, mainly because you're near between basically the interstate corridor and the Yellowstone River. The idea is to have that area be developed in the city, be developed on water and sewer, not be on septic, right next to the Yellowstone River, and continue kind of the development that we've seen over in this area down to that Zoo Drive exit, and then eventually look at some other connectivity of our infrastructure in the future. A few years ago, the city did run water underneath the interstate right here at East Lane, which brought it down to here. And with the gravity sewer in this area and then future plans, eventually we could look at connections there. This really makes sense to continue that and obviously to help facilitate that development. So that's that one, that area that's recommended tonight. And as I said, that project is moving forward. So with this map amendment, if that occurs this evening, you'll be seeing annexation petition and more of that development process moving forward for the Coca-Cola property. This area up here, so right up in this location is that Alkali Creek, the Mitchell development that you also heard about in July. The discussion was to help extend water and sewer services up Alkali Creek right here to get to that property. Then they would extend it further along their frontage, and it would get us actually right up close to the intersection of where the Inner Belt Loop will come across from connect with Skyway Drive, which is that first leg of the Inner Belt Loop, and then go west. So that was critical to make sure that the development that was proposed here ends up in the city, built to city standards, but also then gets moves us closer with our utilities up into this area. So when the annexation committee reviewed this one, not only did we look at, this area needs to be brought in because that would be serviceable by city water and sewer and our infrastructure there, but the big conversation here, that last year, the council amended the map to include these areas in the red with anticipating future development. Well, we're doing, I mean, there's analysis going on, there's a couple of different things going on. We're obviously getting ready to build the road itself and move that forward. That's happening. And then we're looking at how to serve this area with infrastructure. And so we decided in recommending to you to change this whole thing to the annexation petition area, not because if you're right up here that you can have water and sewer and fire and police tomorrow, but we want to make sure that it's clear to everyone and we're sending the correct signal that the long-range plan is to have development in this area happen in the city to city standards, and we want to have that conversation up front, and we're doing that analysis to look at how that could be served over time, not immediately, but over time. So the recommendation was to go ahead and amend the map in that area to make sure it's clear what we're doing, the analysis that's going on, the construction that's going to occur, and kind of where we're headed. So those are the two areas that are being recommended this evening to you. I've got this slide is just showing you what the map would look like with those amendments made here and this area down here, based on that, what I just showed you with the cross section. And that is the resolution that is before you this evening. So with that, I'll be happy to try and answer any questions. And then this does require a public hearing as well.
Thank you very much, Wyeth. Questions, Councilmember Brown?
So I guess my question is only on the inner belt loop area. It's always been my understanding, once we turn it red and they put the petition in, we really have no way to say no, right? So we can't get water and sewer up there yet. I mean, we physically can't do it yet, right?
Councilmember Brown and Mayor and Council, so you're understanding, relatively correctly in terms of the way we've looked at that red area up in the past and the way it's been depicted. I think the key here is that we're working both, as I said, the road itself is being constructed, but we're also working with those property owners and Public Works and planning, and we're going to be coming back and visiting with you some more on some of the land use aspect of this, because we've been talking to some of the landowners about their plans and how they would develop in the city and what that would look like, that we're really wanting to make sure that the discussions are focused on how that can be served by the city and how, whether it's in pieces or how that gets done, that we're starting at that point and we don't end up with, if we leave it in the long range area, even though to your point, you're right, yeah, we can't have water and sewer grow and fire and police for that matter suddenly into one of those areas right now. The idea is that we want to make sure that we're having the conversation up front, that that's where we want to go, and we're doing the analysis now to do that. And so we don't want to send the wrong message to someone up there and them say, oh, well, I'm just going to go off and do something in the county. It's like, no, you need to come to the city and let's talk about it, because that's where we want it to end up. So it's a little different than the past, but that's the idea.
Chris.
Mayor and Council, Wyeth, would it also be accurate to add, just because you're in the red doesn't mean that the city is going to pay to extend the utilities to you, but it will allow you to extend utilities to yourself for development. So there's a fair amount that has to go on between the development and the city. Like I said, I think it would be accurate to say it'd be tough to deny somebody access to utilities, but our rules don't mandate that we extend the utility just because, let's say, the middle Mortgage property says, I want to develop tomorrow. Our rules would have them extending the utility to themselves, not us extending them to them.
Just, that's not kind of been our track record, though, right?
So I guess the idea is, though, that that discussion of the developer and what they want to do, and then what the city is looking at doing, and we bring that together. So it's not just, that if we're putting in, I mean, if we were doing the main lines along, let's say, the inner belt loop for water and sewer, it's not just a developer conversation, it's not just a city conversation, it's both to say, okay, what does this look like, who's doing what, and how is it going to work? And we have had, not to this extent, but we've had a couple of annexations in the past. Lenhart Square was actually one of them way back in the day, where at the time that they wanted to annex their entire property, at that time out in that part of the city, we didn't have the water capacity to be able to deliver all the water that they would consume daily for that entire development. So there was some language in there that said, you're coming in now, based on your development needs, there's a maximum daily amount of water that you can have now, but then as we get these other facilities online, which the city eventually did, then you're able to do full build out. There were some reservoirs and things that were done. So those are the kind of things I think when we're talking about this that we would have to be looking at.
Okay, so in no way do we have to say, yes, you are allowed to annex and we will have services to you.
We would have
to. We could say, no, we can't do it.
Mayor and Councilmember Brown, I think what we'd have to say is, yeah, there would have to be some kind of schedule and time frame of how those things would occur over time. I mean, that's what, so you wouldn't be saying absolutely not, but you're right. You wouldn't say, yep, everything's there today. It would have to be something in between.
Okay, I just want to make sure we could do that, because in the past, that doesn't seem to be the track record.
Okay, other questions for Wyeth? Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. Wyeth, as you turn in some of these areas red, I would assume that you would then have some yellow beyond those as the long range for along like Annandale, where I know there's a lot of development going up north of that area. And eventually, I think that's projected to go to Alkali Creek some future date. But as far as long range, wouldn't you want to turn some of those areas north of now what's already blue and red into the long range plan?
Councilmember.
No one really wants to develop that area.
Councilmember Neese and Mayor and Council, no, I think what we'd be wanting to do is look at, it's been in the past with that long range area is certainly like a city, city driven with the idea of we expect in the more distant future to be able to provide services in those areas. And so we would look at some of that. We were talking about that. I mean, we made some amendments, I think it was last year or the year before, to some of the area on the west end, that same idea of okay, where we're showing the area we expect annexation to occur. Obviously, you got city limits bumping up again, to your point, areas that aren't mapped either way. Yeah, we're going to need to continue to look at how that works with long-range service and where that expansion could occur. There are some, I know, and again, I have to visit with Public Works and stuff. There's some challenges on the service side as you get way up to the north there with gravity and things. But yeah, that's definitely, to your point, yes, we'll have to look at that.
Yeah, I mean, the Annandale to Alkali Creek Road would be a real benefit for people traveling north and things like that out of the Heights. But the same thing with the bypass coming across. I mean, there's going to be a lot of development coming off, over by Mary Street. So most of that's still yellow. Was that looked at as far as converting some of that to annexation now, and even adding more yellow up the long range planning up there?
Councilmember Neese, Mayor and Council. Yeah, actually, the annexation committee, I think when we come back later this winter, we're going to be talking to you about some ideas here. We started to look at that, but that Interbelt Loop Corridor study is still in process, and the committee kind of agreed, yeah, let's wait a little bit and then bring some ideas back. So
okay, so we'll see some more on that. Okay, yeah. And I would ask you if you could look at the Annandale area north up to Alkali Creek. That connector there would be really beneficial for people going north.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for Wyeth before we go to a public hearing? Don't see any. Wyeth, thank you very much. This is a public hearing, so if anybody would like to comment on item number 8, these proposed changes to the limits of annexation map, this is your opportunity. Please come forward. Is there any public comment on item number 8? Nobody's rushing to the podium, so we will close the public hearing on item number 8. Back to council. Do we have a motion? Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve the resolution to amend the limits of annexation map as recommended by staff.
Councilmember Boyette, second. Discussion now on the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? The only discussion or comment I guess I'd make is just a reminder for staff. I'm sure staff's very familiar with this, though, but this piece is critical to the future development of the continuation of the marathon loop from the Now Get You Down Shiloh to the zoo, but then we'll need a connection from there through Annafeld and Shiloh Crossing to Riverfront Park. So, but adding it to the city at some point could be part of that make that easier. So, any other discussion on the motion? If not, we'll proceed to a vote on item number 8. Motion is for approval. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. That brings us, concludes item number 8. That's all of our regular items, and brings us to public comment on non-agenda items. If anybody would like to comment on non-agenda items, please come to the podium. And I'm just asking, give us your name and address, and keep your comments to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mayor and council, my name's Ken Hard. I live at 313 South 36th Street. I just felt compelled to come speak out today. We live in the greatest country in the world. Nothing is greater than the United States. There are countless things that make this country great, but one that needs to come to the forefront is freedom of choice, especially medical choice. We can agree to disagree on science, vaccines, and masks, and at the end of the day, I decide personally, or with my doctor, what is best for me and my children. There are risks to everything, and every individual needs to weigh those risks and make their own decisions for themselves. I can't be any more right than anybody else at this time. Just because I choose to do something else medically does not make me wrong. It shouldn't segregate and it shouldn't discriminate. There are people, politicians, businesses, leaders, doctors that think mandating is the answer. It's not the answer. Freedom of choice is the answer. People are living in real fear, so much that they're willing to give up freedom of choice for false sense of security. COVID-19, Delta variant, they're all real. They're nasty viruses. I don't wish them on anybody. I wish they didn't exist, but they do, and they're not going away. It is here to stay. These are the same people that are short-sighted. They are only seeing the current immediate impacts. I choose to look forward. Long-term, what is this doing long-term? What about the future, the next generations? I believe the long-term impacts and immeasurable consequences from our decisions to mandate, shut down, and force medical decisions are going to be felt for decades. They're going to be far greater than immediate gratification, for example, of making somebody wear a mask or force a vaccine. We have real challenges in this community that are bigger than the Delta vaccines and masks. Like my kid driving through somebody's fence today, being stung in the groin by a wasp. We have housing and rental shortages. Rentals are becoming out of reach for many, including 2 of my own children. We have low unemployment, but living expenses are high and climbing. Businesses cannot find and retain employees. There are businesses that were forced to close. These are real losses to our community. There are businesses barely hanging in there right now. We have a major drug problem in the city. We have more homelessness. I mean, we have some real serious issues going on in the city, in this community, that are bigger. I say to all those people, those doctors, leaders, politicians that can't get past mandates, let's quit arguing. Let's agree to disagree. Let's not segregate or discriminate. No more mandates. Let's think about the future. No more fear. Let's accept COVID and all its variants as here to stay and start looking at long-term strategies to treat effectively like the flu. Most of all, let's all remember why we're the greatest country in the world. And Tanya Ludwig, we're coming for your position. Gear up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please come forward if you have any other comments on non-agenda items, please.
Catherine Card, 2815 4th Avenue South in Billings. Mayor and Council, thank you for your time and for hearing me. I'm thankful tonight that you and I and others have gotten the response from Chief St. John to my allegations. But I'm sad that the chief in that response has called my allegations libelous and false. I've spent over 8 months with public records requests, talking to staff, reading a lot widely, talking to resources across the nation, and also taking time to really read and go through the same kind of evidence that the U.S. Justice Department is using to find those people responsible for the January 6th attack on the Capitol. I have spent tremendous time on this. I have not taken it lightly. Anyone who knows me knows I do not do that. I have spent tremendous time talking with you, talking to Chief St. John, attempting to get visits with him and other staff. I'm sad that out of all of this response, again, as I asked last week, does not have facts to counter what I've said. Chief St. John does not include evidence or explanations to prove that my assertions are wrong. I'm sad that Chief St. John really, in what he's written, does not reflect taking the seriousness of the outlaw motorcycle gangs to heart. In fact, it reflects a certain ignorance that the gangs love to have projected into the community, is that they give to charitable sources and they do this good. But talk to the Independence, Missouri police and the detectives there. Talk to the Kansas City detectives and police there. Read court documents about the Galloping Goose, and that's just one example. We have other outlaw motorcycle gangs in this town and in this state. Livingston has had a run-in with them. Great Falls has as well. They're dangerous. They deal in drugs. And I'm so sad that out of all of this and all of this effort, that Chief St. John continues to put blame back on me for raising the issues, and also to denigrate what I've said and my efforts to be thorough and honest with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris, obviously, County Card said that she has the report, so we know that, right?
This afternoon, the report was shared with Catherine as well as the council and Assistant City Administrator with a few decades in the police department, and I have offered to meet with Catherine in person Thursday to go over it and have a conversation about her accusations and the letter. So that's where things stand as of this evening.
Okay, great. Okay, it sounds like they'll be following up then, I guess, to try to set something up with Catherine, so.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, I did send that out this afternoon when I sent her the document from Chief St. John with an invite for Thursday.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you very much. Any other public comment on non-agenda items? Don't see any, so we will close that period. Council initiatives. Councilmember Ronning.
I don't have a council initiative, but I just wanted to give feedback since this was the first time that we'd seen those joint presentations. Although very dry, I felt they were very good and highly recommend that going forward.
Thank you very much. If there aren't any council initiatives, it's not even 10 o'clock. Man, oh man.
I can come up with one.
The day is still young. We are adjourned. Thank you.